Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 8th Annual Innovation and Entrepreneurship Conference, which is held by Estonian Entrepreneurship University of Applied Sciences. And also, I'm glad that today, this year, the co-host is Ülemiste City, and that's why we are here, not in the university itself. The conference has been held, 7 times already, and this year is a little bit different. Of course, difficult times, but also we have tried to organize the program on a way that it's not only innovation and scientific conference, but also entrepreneurship. So we have been talking a lot that science and entrepreneurship can not be two different things. We need to connect those things. We need to be beneficial to each other. And we hope that after today, we have taken those two things more closer. Today's language is English, as you noticed, so it would be really beneficial if you understand English. We have some people here in Öpiku Conference Center, but also a lot of people are listening and seeing us from Zoom. So hello to you also. We have 4 key speakers today, and the topic is how to avoid getting stuck in today's world. Really universal question. You can ask always that. In good times, in bad times. And as this year, the conference had to be on spring, we had this sentence ready in February. But now times have been changed a lot. So the meaning of this sentence now, in a crisis, how to avoid getting stuck into today's world, it's even critical. So we are not just asking these questions many times today. Hopefully, we will get answers to that also. So we have 4 key speakers who actually have a lot of knowledge and practices all over the world, not just Estonia. And please ask questions. In the room here, if you have question, just raise your hand. We will give you a microphone, because then the listeners also listen to the question. And in the Zoom environment, if you have question, then you just write it on the chat box, and we will see that, and then we can ask from the key speakers questions. Also, today we will listen 4 scientific articles from the students, not just from Mainor University. And the rector Mait Rungi will also explain, and we have told the students that please, if you tell us the article or explain, try to speak more like entrepreneurship language, because then we can see the links between, and then it's more beneficial to you also. Yes, but opening words, I would like to ask Mainor University's rector, Mait Rungi. Please, Mainor.
Thank you very much, Margus, for the introduction. Dear friends and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mait Rungi, and I'm the rector of Estonian Entrepreneurship University of Applied Sciences, the host university for today's event. It is our great pleasure to honor to welcome you to the 8th Entrepreneurship Conference, How to Avoid Getting Stuck in Today's World. This event is organized in cooperation with and to be held at Smart Business Campus, Ülemiste City. Estonian Entrepreneurship University of Applied Sciences is international university with students from all over the world. We have students from over 20 different countries. Our 1,800 students makes us the market leader of the private education here in Estonia. We have more than 5,000 alumni as well. Simultaneously, we consider ourselves a small and cozy boutique university. We are giving education in business, ICT, and art. The strategic direction of our school is science, where we carry out scientific research for various companies in Ülemiste City and outside of it. We hope that we find you well. This extraordinary year has posed unprecedented challenges and will change the way we behave, learn, and innovate business. Despite the fact that big life-changing events such as Corona inevitably reshape our long-term thinking, values, and behaviors, there is also danger of becoming stuck. Time will tell how much change we will see and what those changes will actually be. But anyway, the future starts here in times of crisis. We hope that all of you will get stimulating ideas from our today's conference. Entrepreneurship conference has been a regular international event where we have presenters and participants from various different countries. We are proud of the speakers of this year's conference, combination of successful and well-known practitioners and scientists with in-depth perspectives provide great symbiosis for emergence of new ideas. Among our keynote speakers, there are really top-notch presenters, starting from 2 former ministers and 2 high representatives from stock-listed companies. Practitioner-oriented presentations are supported with scientific research papers to be held around noon of today's conference. The participants' well-being is our greatest concern. The conference will be held in hybrid with opportunity to participate online in Zoom. We would like to thank all the speakers and participants for their interests, contribution, and understandings. We are also grateful of the organizing committee and reviewers for their help. Thank you for coming, and I wish you a very fruitful day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mait. Before we go to our agenda, I'd just like to add that we have 3 sessions today. First session, we have 2 key speakers. Then we have lunch, prepared you here, I believe. Yes. At home, please choose yourself where to eat. Then we have a middle session where we are listening the scientific articles. Then we have coffee break. And then final session of 2 key speakers. And we have a dessert for you also prepared. Who wishes to have a campus tour in Ülemiste City, then there's opportunity, and I'm glad to lead the tour. So, and approximately 5:30, 5 o'clock, we are ending the day. But before we are proceeding, we are first with our first key speaker. I'm using the opportunity to introduce Ülemiste campus shortly. And actually, this is what you have seen or saw if you came today. This have been developed more than 15 years. It was the privatized area by a company Mainor, and now the idea to have a business campus here actually were quite imagine. We have 700,000 square meter of office premises here we can do. This is you can say how much it is. It's same amount approximately that Tallinn has right now. So basically we can build another Tallinn here. What we have done in 15 years, we have managed to build up 150,000 square meters. So less than 20% is done what we can do here. We have invested only privately, not the public money is invested here in the campus, 250 million euros, and approximately we will invest more every year, 30 million. Also in the crisis in this year, we are investing still. And how big we are, I believe 450 companies already in the campus, and 12,000 people are coming here every day to either work, study, or live. So basically we are bigger than Haapsalu already. So it's quite fascinating actually. And we are not just a real estate company. As you see, we hold conferences and do science also, but we actually, our goal is to do everything for the talents. And our mission is that we are the future city where talents can develop and succeed. And how we do that? You see, talent is in the middle. One thing is environment that we build, all the buildings, the roads, the parks, etc. This is all what we have done, but this is only the environment here. We add services. So basically what we want to do here is to have all the services what businesses, people in everyday life would need. Not just the business life, but also your private life. For your children, you go to kindergarten, you use medicine services. We opened recently healthcare center. So this is the goal, and we want to add more and more services. And if you ask how much or when it will be ready, to basically have a saying that when everything around us goes really crazy, then we can put a glass roof on top of Ülemiste, and all you need is basically here. This year, actually, we opened the first residential building, apartment building with 83 flats, and yesterday it has been announced that it was the year development of Tallinn 2020, so really, really important thing for us also to become 24/7, not just a business campus. Of course, community, those 12,000 people gathering, changing information, there where the innovation actually starts, by gathering and sharing information. And we have HRs gathering, we have musicians, CFOs, etc., etc. So it's a community that we more and more want to build up, not just the business, but also leisure, and that's really good here. And research and development. We have Mainor University in the campus, but also we have a lot of cooperational projects with Taltech, Tartu University, and etc., etc. So today, even in Mektori, in Taltech, there is a future city conference held, and we co-host there also. So this research is really important, and we want to be future city, not even more smart city. So basically, future is what we even don't know. So it's all matter of innovation. And of course, we don't want to get stuck in today's world also. One slide about our clients. A lot of international companies and IT companies in the campus. I already mentioned 450. And we are growing really, really fast. So it's a quite unique community we already have. It's quite extraordinary when we compare also Baltic states and Scandinavia and other campuses. So really proud of our clients. And I like this slide especially. This is all about not getting stuck in today's world. This is the year 2000, you see on the right side of the slide. And this is where actually the main inspirational guy, Ülo Pärnits, actually was thinking that, oh, guys, let's make a smart city here, campus. So at that time, most of the people thought that he is crazy and old and not talking good things. But this is what have been happening. So it's tomorrow's slide, but on the right up corner, there is a campus with Rail Baltic terminal. You see there, this really will be influencing us a lot. So by the year of 2028 maybe, or 30, this is happening. And that's not it. we believe that there will be more. You can't get stuck there also. You have to think bigger. And we believe if Tallinn-Helsinki metro comes, then it will boom. So we are not getting stuck in today's world. Thank you. You're not able to ask questions from me. Maybe in tour, if you go, you can ask. But I'm really honored to introduce our first keynote speaker, Mr. Kaimar Karu. He has been working in an intersection of technology, policy making, and business management. Most recently, he was Minister of Foreign Trade and Information Technology of Republic of Estonia. Mr. Karu has been living in London, running a consultancy business focusing strategy and decision-making complex environments, really complicated words. He has a master's degree on philosophy, and he's going to tell us today not even how to get stuck or get away, but how to adjust quickly, how to do it quickly. So please, Mr. Karu, the floor is yours.
Tere hommikust, good morning. It's nice to be back on the stage. It feels good. It feels good. Today's topic is navigating complexity, mostly about navigating complexity. So jumping in immediately. People and organizations, when they're facing novel situations, things that they don't recognize or things that haven't happened before. And the question is, what should we do? There's quite a few options. A few of them are used more often, a few of them not so often, unfortunately. The first option would be to look into books, right? There must be knowledge about what to do next. This is the approach that is often recommended or sometimes recommended by people who sell you books and certificates. So there must be an answer. There have been smart people before, there must be an answer. The second option is to turn to experts. So if we can't figure this out, maybe there are experts out there who can. This is an approach that is sometimes recommended by consultancy companies, obviously. The third option would be either to break everything down or just do not interfere and let things go wild. This is an approach that would be loved by anarchists. Fourth option is kind of to do nothing. To just sit back, relax, and see how things go. Maybe there is also a fifth option. During today's presentation, I hope I will help you to understand that depending on the situation, any of these might actually work best, but not always. And that's the trick. So the agenda for the presentation, I will talk about change and transformation. I will talk about the ways how organizations usually approach challenges when it comes to change. And I'm doing that to not to be negative, but to perhaps create this sense of understanding of what might have gone wrong in the past. And so why haven't things worked out in the past? What have been the main approaches or most usual approaches in the past, and what are the challenges with them? I will also talk about how to make money, about the importance of context when making decisions, making sense, and then lastly, building organizational resilience. So what are the things that organizations can do today to kind of avoid getting stuck? So when we talk about change, the thing with change is constant. Right? Things change around us all the time. There's nothing new about change. When we talk about business change, or in the context of business change, the high-level goals, or what we usually see in presentations, for instance, or when people ask for money, of course, we want to change something to increase business value. That's a very nice goal. In today's world where a lot of businesses depend on technology in one way or the other, it's also tackling technical debt. So technical debt is kind of the decisions you have made in the past, which made sense at the time, but now they are kind of piling up, and they're creating a situation where the system is getting more and more fragile. So either you tackle this technical debt, or you end up in a situation where everything breaks down. And then, of course, enabling innovation as well. So we change something to enable innovation in our organization. The answers to questions why and how exactly are very often missing. Right? We are talking about change, but why and how exactly? And when we kind of try to pin down the reason for this particular change initiative, very often it comes down to, well, but they are doing that as well. So because they are doing that there, we should as well, which is slightly silly, I would say, not to say it's stupid. So we don't usually have enough information about why we're doing these things. So we want to do them. We feel that it might be good, but we can't often explain why. Or we explain this in a way that kind of the change is good because of change, right? So we will implement something because the end result, what we really want to achieve, is once we have gone through all of this, it has been implemented. Like, okay, but why? What's the value in this? Well, but it has been implemented now. So you have probably seen this as well. And then in these kind of change initiatives, when it comes to either a larger team or the whole organization, then one of the things that is often said is, well, let's make sure that we're all aligned, right? Because a change program obviously cannot succeed unless everybody's aligned. I'm telling you now, this is stupid. In no organization will everybody be aligned. And actually, if you feel that everybody's aligned, you're screwed. So that's something to keep in mind. And then, of course, kind of what is perhaps thought but not said out loud is this one. So please, can we at least pretend to use all these new buzzwords I got promoted for? So very often the change initiative is either directly related or mostly benefiting people's careers rather than the value for the organization. And it's not, I wouldn't say it's good or bad, it's just the way it is. And these buzzwords, they change all the time. And then people get promoted for implementing things to get those buzzwords into the company. But what often happens is people don't actually change the way they do things. They sometimes change the names for things. And again, you probably, if you have gone through a few change initiatives, you have seen this as well. So it's easier to adopt the new names compared to changing the ways you work. So again, coming slightly or briefly back to technology. In technology, we have had various transformations in the past, over the past, I would say, 20 years or so. So we have had lean transformations. After lean transformations, which also kind of went into technology, we have had agile transformations. Any of you been through an agile transformation in the organization? We are now all agile. No? DevOps transformations. And of course, obviously, nowadays we have the digital transformation. Anybody is involved in digital transformation? Yes, we all are. Okay, so we have these transformation programs which might feel slightly different or might have slightly different goals. But to be fair, very often they kind of look the same. So somebody gets paid to lead a transformation that actually doesn't transform anything, except for perhaps you have changed the color on the slides that you use in PowerPoint. You maybe have changed your job title. It's now better than before. Or maybe you have changed your company. So various things can change, but in some ways the transformation is business as usual. And to be fair, for a successful change initiative in any organization, it has to be business as usual. The moment you make it something different, you run into problems which you cannot solve. So organizations have created various support structures to cope with these challenges. There's a few kind of metaphors for this: scaffolding, false work, and frameworks. So scaffolding is something which is, when we talk about the building, it's not part of the building, it's either inside or outside, it's around the building some way, and helps the workers to do their work, but it hasn't become a part of the structure. False work, for instance, is part of the structure. It is not the structure itself, so it's not the house, it's not the church or whatever you're building, but it's kind of in there. It's part of the structure until you don't need this anymore. And frameworks, it's a different story. Frameworks are coherent collections of ideas. So there are differences. A few examples of scaffolding, false work, and frameworks. So for scaffolding, think about processes, procedures, and techniques. So this is not part of the structure. This is, when you think about the organization as a structure, it's not a part of the organization. It doesn't kind of need to be there, but at the same time, it does need to be there to help people to do their work. So it's not the main work. Right? It's there to support the main work. It's an abstraction layer as well, and it helps with management. So once you have created processes and procedures in the organization, once you have selected your techniques, they're helpful, but they are not the main goal of your organization. And very often, organizations or people in the organizations, they tend to forget it. So very often, these processes, procedures, and techniques become the main thing. Right? So process is key, or procedure is key, or this specific technique is key. And we can't change that. That's the attitude organizations sometimes take. And when you go too far with this, you are creating what some people call the organizational scar tissue. The organizational scar tissue is something that has been put in place to fix a problem that happened in the past. So something went wrong, so we introduce a new process or a new procedure or a new technique to avoid that happening again. And over time, we add these processes, procedures, and techniques, but very rarely do we go back and remove the ones from the past. So we are building this scar tissue in the organization more and more and more, and the organization is getting weaker and slower. So for scaffolding, these examples, for false work, for instance, the software tools that you use, the organizational structure that you have chosen, but also certificates for your people, for your employees. So they're part of the structure, but they're not, again, the main structure. Okay. These things are common. These things exist in all organizations. Again, it's not good or bad. It's just the way it is. But there are challenges with support structures and understanding the big picture. So first of all, our first example would be the Hawthorne effect. Has anyone heard of the Hawthorne effect? One hand. So the short story goes that they tried to measure people's productivity in a plant. And they ran a few experiments to see what might or might not affect people's productivity. And one of the experiments they ran was with lighting. So the experiment they ran was they increased the lighting in the room to see whether factory workers would become more efficient. And they did. So the results of that usually would be a book. Right? This new fantastic finding, when you increase lighting levels in the room, people become more productive. You have seen these books whenever, like for the past year, maybe not so much, but whenever you fly and you go to these airports, bookshops, you have lots of these business books, these new revelations, lighting, and some fancy cover as well. They ran a few other experiments, and one of the experiments they ran was when they lowered the level of lighting in the room. And then again, they measured the productivity of the workers. What do you think what happened? productivity went up again. So the finding from this study was that it doesn't necessarily matter what it is that you do or what is your intervention, but when people know that they're being observed, they change the way they behave. But they don't fundamentally change the way they work. So they feel that they're being observed, their productivity increases, but their actual work practices do not. So after some time, once you have had this new intervention for half a year or 1 year, the productivity goes back to where it was before. Maybe even worse, maybe slightly better. And depending on the type of organization, it can take half a year, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. In a large organization with large change initiatives, it usually takes a few years. And this time period of a change initiative kind of ending sometimes, or I would say quite often, coincides with the length of people's careers in those organizations. Those people who are introducing these new changes. So you introduce an intervention. Whatever metrics you have set show that there has been improvement because of that. Therefore, you have found this pot of gold. You have struck gold. You know what works. And then either you get promoted or you move on to a better position somewhere else. Everybody who is left behind later on for the next few years needs to deal with that crap. And it happens again and again and again and again. It's a cycle. So the Hawthorne effect, people change their behaviors when they're being observed, when they know that they're being observed. But it doesn't mean that the intervention itself was useful or correct. Just having an intervention or going forward with an intervention changes things for some time. Not necessarily for the better. The other challenge, which is very, very frequent, is the confusion between correlation and causation. So correlation is when two things or two or more things do happen together, but there's no causal link. When A and B happen together, A doesn't cause B, B doesn't cause A. That's correlation. Causation is when A causes B or B causes A. The majority of popular management books fall for this all the time. Correlation and causation. So I'm going to give you one example. There's a website that, where you can create more of these, where you can put 2 or more data points together to show that there is indeed correlation. And they are funny or silly because no one would really expect causation to be there. But when you analyze the research, if there is any, through survivor bias and everything else, when you analyze the research in business books, very often you understand that actually it's correlation, not causation. So when two things happen together, it doesn't mean that one causes the other. So one of the funny examples is this. So there is a very strong correlation between the number of people who have drowned by falling into a pool per year with the films Nicolas Cage appeared in on those years. So that's the correlation, quite strong. Yet again, we wouldn't really say that one causes the other, depending on, of course, how you see Nicolas Cage as an actor. If you dislike him, then maybe. So the anti-patterns, or how do scaffolding companies make money? So I mentioned the scaffolding companies before, or scaffolding before. It's a temporary structure. It's meant to help the organization. It's not the goal of the organization. But when there is a need, of course, there are people or organizations who offer these kinds of services as well. So there's a few anti-patterns that bleed organizations of money. So they spend a lot of money on these things without taking a step back and thinking whether they should or should not. So first is fashionism. Briefly, I mentioned before with why are we going through with this change? Well, because everybody else is doing this. So one part of this is fear of missing out, FOMO. Like everybody else is doing this, we should as well. You also need to when it comes to fear of missing out, or when it comes to everybody else is doing this, and if you go to conferences when you have lots and lots of practitioners from different companies talking about how they have done this very specific one thing, usually what happens is the people in the audience who are from the same company as the person speaking on stage do not recognize what they're talking about. So what is said on stage, we were successful in deploying this, implementing this, changing this, is not necessarily how things really are. So fear of missing out, when you feel that everybody else is doing something, maybe they're actually not doing these things. Lack of focus on objectives, so you you run around, you don't know which way to go, and you just take advice or guidance from other organizations, like, what are they doing? What are they doing? And you run around, but you actually don't have any objectives, you don't have any specific goals, or you don't understand your business. You would be surprised how many business managers do not understand their business. Maybe it's too negative to say that most, but close. And of course, yes, constant trend chasing. So what is the next big thing? So Harvard Business Review. So what has been the article there? What is everybody doing? Let's do that as well. Why? Well, HBR said. I think it was HBR who also published an overview of research that was done about management traits, or what kind of people make good managers. And the research said that managers with a specific type of earlobes make better managers. Correlation, causation, and stupidity. The second thing is tribalism. So tribalism, when you have a large organization, you have different views on how to do things. And for every view, there is a service provider out there who is more than happy to sell you that way as the only way or as the best way of doing things. So you have these turf wars and tribalism. Little bit also about stressing differences over similarities, and this is one of the reasons why siblings, like sisters, brothers, why they have lots of conflicts, or why they often have conflicts. People want to be individuals, but you are quite similar to your siblings. So once you are similar to someone, you start stressing the differences rather than similarities. It applies to people, it applies to teams, slightly less perhaps for organizations, because organizations are too slow to go through this, but for teams and individuals for sure. And then of course looking down at other tribes. So you are doing it this way, well, like this is from last year. We have this new thing, which of course will be the thing from last year, next year, and so on and so on and so on. Tool worship, so this is confusing the scaffolding with the actual objectives of the organization. So when you prioritize the tool set over the actual tasks, when you implement a tool which then tries to change your business processes without really you understanding what your business is about. Falling into the Procrustean bed. Procrustes was this mythical creature from Greek mythology. A very kind creature, yes, kind I can say. It helped travelers. So weary travelers who were tired of their journey, the creature, Procrustes, invited them in, fed them, and then of course provided a bed as well. So kind of bed and breakfast without the breakfast part later on. But the challenge was that the bed was kind of a weird shape and size. So once the guest laid down on the bed, in their sleep, if the person was too tall for the bed, Procrustes chopped off their legs. If they were too short, he stretched them. So everything had to fit that one particular bed. And if you think about what's happening in organizations, you see this quite often as well. Like there's this one way where everything needs to fit. And implementing blinders with not looking at what's happening out there, just being focused on this one tool, one way of doing things, one size fits all, and kind of the blinders, like I can't see anything else anymore. The cookie cutter approach as well. So when you try to copy organizational models from somewhere else, in the technology sector we have had the Spotify model. Those of you in technology who have probably heard about the Spotify model. Should we implement the Spotify model? There is no Spotify model. But that doesn't stop organizations from implementing the Spotify model. These massive implementation programs that run for years, and then of course purchasing solutions in a box. So again, when you have a pain of some sort, there is no lack of people or of organizations who are happy to help and sell you something that will help with all of your pains. Once you have purchased this from us, all bad things will go away. And then you go into the Hawthorne effect. And then of course something that is perhaps familiar to us as well, the Potemkin village. So you do things to look good, but you're not actually changing anything of significance. So sometimes it's done for show, sometimes it's for scoring points or scoring career points. Sometimes the building a Potemkin village or painting the facades, it's required for you to save your job. But the reality is that the facade might be painted, but the walls are still rotten. And yes, anyone who has worked for a large organization for at least 1 year knows how this works. You probably have a paintbrush at home as well, the one that you use once in a while to paint the facade. So these were all the challenges. So what can we do about them? It is extremely important when we're trying to address a challenge or solve a challenge, it is extremely important to understand the context. And first view on context is the type of system that we're dealing with. So roughly speaking, there are 3 types of systems. We have ordered systems, chaotic systems, and complex systems. Ordered systems are those where we kind of can expect what's going to happen next. We can expect what will be the result of our intervention. It has been done before, or it follows very specific rules. Our brains deal well with that kind of systems. Our brains deal so well with these kinds of systems that even when we are dealing with a different kind of system, we are trying to look at this as if it was ordered. The second type, chaotic, kind of no rules seem to apply. Things seem to be changing at random. When you do something, you don't know what's going to happen next, and so on. And then the complex systems. I'm going to give you some examples of complex systems as well. And there's a definition of system from Cognitive Edge, which is a company I've been working with for the past 5 years or so. So the way they define systems is a system is a network governed by constraints that create coherence. I will come back to a few of these points later on in the presentation as well. So complex systems. I'm going to give you a few examples of what are complex systems. For instance, a person is a complex system. A team in the organization is complex. Organization itself is a complex system. A community, a city, a country's economy, our climate, and also the brain in our head. These are all examples of complex systems. So how do we define complex systems? A complex system is a system composed of interconnected parts that as a whole exhibit one or more properties not obvious from the properties of the individual parts. Which means, if you analyze a complex system, you cannot understand the system by just analyzing the parts of that system. A significant component of a complex system is the interaction between the agents in that system. And the interaction is not something that you can observe or analyze when you just look at individual parts. And this is something, again, kind of going back to what types of systems our brains like to work with. We have this tendency of trying to break things down into meaningful components, believing that once we have understood the components, we also understand the thing itself. For ordered systems, for a car, for instance, a car makes sense. A car is not a complex system. Once you put a car in the traffic, that becomes a complex system. But a car on its own is not a complex system. A plane is not a complex system. Because you can take it apart, put it back together, and then one example is, or what is sometimes what I use when I explain the difference between complicated and complex systems. So a plane is complicated. If you haven't studied the field, you probably can't take a plane apart and put it back together, right? Or a car. You have to have some kind of expert knowledge to be able to do that. Whereas an example of a complex system would be, for instance, a rabbit, a bunny rabbit. There's no one in this room who would be able, or anywhere in the world, who would be able to take the rabbit apart and put it back together. And it still jumps. Cannot be done. Pulling the rabbit apart or making it into very small pieces, it's a beginning of a recipe for a rabbit stew. But it's a complex system. So the parts interact, and that's how the rabbit functions. So complex systems. So some of the characteristics of complex systems. So how do we recognize and what do we need to understand about them? I'm going to go back briefly for a few slides. So when you think about a person, a team, an organization, community, city, economy, and so on, these are all complex systems. So what are their characteristics? The patterns repeat by accident, meaning that there can be patterns in these systems. The patterns can repeat. So it's not like every day only new things happen. But you cannot be sure that this pattern will happen again or take place again tomorrow. So when patterns repeat, they repeat by accident. The system itself is dispositional rather than causal. So causal is when I do A, then B happens. Dispositional means when I do A, B is quite likely to happen, but not necessarily. So for this system, the disposition is that when A is being done, then B happens. But it could also be C or D or E or whatever tomorrow. So the disposition is towards one way, but it's not causal. The system lightly constrains the agent. So there are some constraints in the system, but they're not very strict constraints. The agents themselves, they modify the system with their interaction. So kind of the nature of the system also depends on the interaction between the agents. Coherence appears in retrospect, but not in advance. And this is something that, again, when you read some of the business books, business books that analyze companies, for instance. So what was done in the past, how it went, what was successful, what was not. It's retrospective coherence. So when you stand here today, you cannot predict certain things. Let's say that what will happen with or to Ülemiste City in the next 5 years. You can have a few guesses, but you don't know how exactly it will all fold. 5 years later, when you look back at the past 5 years, yeah, it all makes sense. Of course, that person then did this, and then that was signed, and then that happened, and then that happened, and they did that. It's very logical. Retrospective coherence. Again, our brains are hardwired to do this when we look at past events. We look for sense, we look for causality in the past. But in reality, it works only one way. And this kind of retrospective coherence is false. It's a narrative that makes sense, but it's not necessarily the correct narrative. Many other things happened, many other things didn't happen. Things might have gone in different ways. They had just happened to go this way. Actions will always have unintended consequences. So this is a very kind of important part of complex systems. Whenever you do something, whenever you introduce an intervention in a complex system, there will be effects from that which you intended, and there definitely will be effects that you did not intend. Always. Cannot be avoided. Also, these effects cannot usually be predicted. So there are kind of echoes in the system which you can't predict beforehand. In complex systems also, engineering the future state is not possible. So setting a very specific goal for something to be like this in 3 years' time or 5 years' time, when we talk about complex systems, well, I can't say it cannot be done, because organizations do this all the time. You have these long 2, 3, 5-year projects where you set out the future state. So it can be done, but it can be done on paper. In reality, these things don't work. So you cannot engineer the future state because there are too many agents and too many interactions. And you cannot predict how the agents will behave. So think about any kind of change that you introduce in the organization. Do you know exactly how every person in that organization will react to that? Do you know exactly how they will discuss this between themselves? Do you know what their actions will be? Do you know what your partners will think about this? You do not. And then, yes, hindsight does not lead to foresight. So when we look in the past, well, of course, we recognize these patterns, they happened before, therefore, they must happen again in the future. No. It happened the way it happened. You can only observe a few of all the interactions that led to this outcome. There is no guarantee this will happen again the same way. Actually, it's very, very unlikely it will happen the same way again. Not to say it's not possible. So when we're dealing with these kinds of systems, so how can we make sense of the world so we can act in this? Right, so I kind of provided you with a few examples of what can be done when you encounter novel situations, so you can read books, so you can get experts in, or you can just do nothing. And there's one way of looking at this. It's a framework called Kenevin. And one of the reasons why I like this is it's something you cannot implement. Like most frameworks out there, it's something that you need to implement. And then for the next 3 years, everybody goes through a lot of pain to end up kind of where you were before, with some people promoted and lots of money wasted. So the Kenevin framework, it's a Welsh word, talks about systems, or talks about context through 5 domains. So it's not a 2 by 2, and we're not talking about quadrants, but we're talking about 5 domains. The domains are clear, complicated, complex, and chaotic. It varies how you should act in those, and that's going to be another lecture for the next 2 days, so I'm not going to go into that, but briefly speaking, there are constraints in all the systems, fixed, governing, enabling, and no effective in chaotic. Now we come to the kind of the practical part, what it is that you can use when you're dealing with a different system. So when you're in the clear domain, you deal with best practice, things that have been done in the past and work. In complicated, you use good practice. This is where you also use expert knowledge. In complex, you use exactive practice, so something that has perhaps been used for something else before, not for this, and now you're trying to use this for this situation. And then in chaotic, it's down to novel practice, where you need to invent new ways of working. Very simply saying, in the clear, there's one clear answer, there's one correct answer, and kind of everybody who's in the know agrees. In complicated, there are multiple answers to choose from, so this is where you use experts to figure out which way to go. So we could go either this way or that way. Let's analyze, and then let's choose a path. In the complex domain, which is many of the systems that we encounter in our daily lives, very often you end up with multiple coherent hypotheses. So you get people into your office, you discuss how we should proceed, and different people propose different ways forward, and they all make sense, they're all coherent. It's like, okay, that might work, and that might work, and that might work, but if this works, then that can't work. So you get into this conflict. You have coherent ideas, but it can't work at the same time. And then, of course, in chaotic, there's just kind of action is required first. And then in the middle, you have confused, which also is divided into two. And the idea of the Canadian framework is, it's not a categorization framework. So it's not like you take this and then you think about what systems you're dealing with and you try to categorize every system into one of these domains. This is not how it works. It's a sense-making framework which you need to use all the time. So whenever you are dealing with a challenge or a difficult situation or a novel situation, or whenever you need to understand things or make decisions, the first thing is you try to figure out what type of system you are dealing with right now. So right now, okay, so we are dealing with something where everybody knows what the answer is, so the next step is let's do that. Like we know what to do. Now we're dealing with a situation where you have lots of ideas, they all make sense, but they can't all be true. Okay, we need to do something else. And then once you intervene or once you do something, the system can change. For instance, you are in clear. You think that, well, this has happened in the past. We know exactly what to do. We have a procedure for this. So this happened. Now let's do this, and we know what the result will be. And suddenly, all hell breaks loose. All goes wrong, which means that you have shifted from clear to chaotic. Okay, what do you need to do next? And so on and so on and so on. So it's about assessing the situation as you go, understanding that it changes and also depends on your viewpoint. So something that, for instance, let's talk about, let's say, management and specialists. And management, let's say that the management haven't been a specialist in the past. So a solution that seems absolutely obvious to a specialist, like, of course, I know what needs to be done. They see this situation or this system as clear, whereas their manager can say, well, I don't know what needs to be done. We need experts. So they see the same situation as complicated. It's also a matter of viewpoint. There is no right or wrong. It's a tool to help with sense making. And the idea is you always need to understand what type of system you are dealing with, so that you can take the appropriate steps. And there's lots of various kinds of dynamic movement on this as well, which follow certain rules and so on. So kind of just something for you, perhaps to remember that something like this exists, and it helps with sense making. So the heuristics, the uber-simplified heuristics for different domains. In clear, someone knows what to do and everybody agrees, or almost everybody agrees. In the complicated, someone can figure out what to do. So not everybody needs to agree, because when you take experts in, and we have seen this with COVID-19, lots of experts, different views. So this is where you need to take a step. You need to choose one of those approaches. But at the same time, going back perhaps back to COVID-19, most of the situations with COVID-19 have actually been in the complex domain. No one knows. We have ideas about what might or might not work. And then in chaotic, someone must do something now. So most important in chaotic is to act. Because again, no one knows what needs to be done, but something has to be done, otherwise everything falls apart. If we approach complex systems or complex situations as complicated, we run into the problem of we get the experts in to provide an opinion. Once we have this opinion, we have multiple opinions. Either we try and it doesn't work, or we don't try because we don't like it, therefore also it doesn't work. And what is the next step that we then take? The next step for us is, okay, so we hate these experts, they're stupid. Let's get these experts in. And then these experts provide their own views and opinions. We will choose one of them, we will try, it will fail, we will blame the expert, we'll get the third expert in. They provide an opinion, we try, it fails, we blame the expert, and again, and again, and again. But we need to do something else in these situations, and I have a slide about that as well. And yes, the confused is, I don't know what type of system I'm dealing with. This is the sloth picture from my first slide. So this is like, I need to take like a time out or a step back. I don't know what type of system I'm dealing with. I need to figure that out first before I do anything else. I will not choose a path forward. I will not make decisions. First thing I do, I will try to understand what type of system I'm dealing with, based on my understanding. There's no truth, or no one truth. Based on my understanding, I think I'm dealing with a complicated situation. Therefore, expert knowledge. Let's try if it works. It doesn't. Okay. Maybe it wasn't complicated. Maybe it's chaotic. Is the building burning? Not yet. Okay, so maybe it's not chaotic yet. So maybe it's complex, and so on. So for sense making, to kind of use this tool as a thinking tool, it helps you to avoid conflict by knowing where you are. Conflict in the organization where people get really angry about their viewpoint or their solution because they really think that's the right one. And the next team also thinks that theirs is the right one. And the third team thinks that theirs is the right one. And they're all coherent. So when a manager is forced to choose between coherent hypotheses, they're already acting in a wrong way. And you will piss someone off because they were all coherent. So how do you choose one coherent idea over the other? On what grounds? In the complicated domain, yes, because, well, we have analyzed and this one seems to be best, but when you have coherent hypotheses, you can't do that. You need to understand, and it helps you to understand the level of uncertainty. So when you have understood that you're working in the complex domain at the moment, you know that there is very little certainty. So if you expect certainty, you will fail, inevitably. It helps you to avoid illusions of causality and predictability. Again, thinking about the system, if you're dealing with a complex system, it is more likely to be dispositional rather than kind of causal. Differentiate between predictability and dispositionality. Avoid estimations becoming promises. So anyone who has experience with project management, one way or the other, as a project manager or a person working for a project, projects do not work for things that are in complex. That said, very often you can split parts of the system away or take them away, and those parts of the system behave as if it's ordered. So it doesn't mean, when I say that projects do not work for complex things or complex systems, it doesn't mean that if an organization is a complex system, you cannot use projects in an organization. But not every initiative can be a project. In every organization that is a complex system, there are parts that are complicated. There are ordered parts. There are things that always happen in the same way, or almost always in almost the same way. This is where you use projects. If you're trying to do something that has never been done before, and you have conflicting ideas of what might work, this is not the best way to use projects. When you use a project for that, again, you will fail. It helps you to separate between knowable and knowable in hindsight. So what can you predict, and what you think you could have predicted, but actually you couldn't have, because you didn't have that information, and you're creating this false narrative. It also helps you to choose the most suitable tools and methods. So every domain requires a different approach. Projects, not projects, and so on. So for the organization to move forward and for the organization to avoid getting stuck, for the organization not to kind of hit their heads against the wall all the time, trying to use methods that work in complicated for complex systems, there's a few things that can be done. First of all, when you're building or renewing your structure, the support structures, you should look at the minimum viable false work and minimum viable scaffolding. So for the support structures to be there to really support the organization's goals, objectives, and value creation for that organization. The moment this kind of scaffolding becomes most profitable, not for the company itself, but for the consultancy company who is selling this, you're on the wrong path. So you need to understand what is the minimal process, procedure, and so on. What is the minimal organizational structure, like structured part of the organization that you need to achieve your objectives. And then to incrementally improve, small steps. So first of all, serendipity. So you need to allow for good things to happen as if by accident. So two people from different teams, they talk about a topic around the water cooler, and then they have an idea. Serendipity. And you cannot force serendipity, but you can create conditions for serendipity to appear or to happen. You can improve by standardizing, which means that you move things from expert domain to clear. Also automation. With automation, if you want to avoid mistakes in clear, so kind of you take people away from things that can be done by machines. Compliance, it helps with compliance because automation provides you with an audit trail. Innovation, so you need to allow for experimentation and failure in complex. So when you're dealing with complex systems, there has to be kind of this allowance for failure, and it's failure. It's not really failing, it's learning more about the system. So when you run experiments in the complex domain, and the experiment doesn't deliver what you thought it might, it is not a failure. It is you learning more about how that system behaves. Very importantly, in terms of direction for improvement initiatives, you should focus on the vector, so direction and speed. And when you are trying to bring the agents in the system along with you, you should nudge rather than push. People don't like to be pushed, most people, especially at the workplace. So nudging the system, nudging the agents, so slightly nudging them, but not pushing them. Perhaps creating incentives for them to behave in a certain way. That's also nudging. Pushing is, from tomorrow, you will do it this, exactly like that. We're kind of 120-ish years away from that already. With influence, oblique rather than direct, again, in the organization, very often the best results come from oblique interventions. Oblique being something which you cannot directly see or which is not fully transparent, but not in terms of secrecy, but rather than telling people exactly how they should be doing things, maybe you create a context where they're more likely to behave in a certain way. And then approach for improvement initiatives overall for any organization, you should take small steps and learn from them. You should avoid setting shiny targets because you will never ever hit them. You will hit them on paper. Because if you don't hit them on paper, people get fired. Usually people don't want to get fired, therefore the project that everybody knows was unsuccessful, on paper suddenly is a huge success. You have probably seen this. And start where you are. So don't think about this ideal world which would be nice to have, but kind of think about where you are right now and what it is that you can do today. There's a story with technology teams at a conference. A person from Netflix was on stage, and they talked about all the cool things that they're doing, using cloud for everything and so on. And then one of the people from the audience came afterwards to that speaker, telling them, well, what you're saying, it's all extremely interesting and so cool. We would also like to do all these things, but we don't have the people. Like, you seem to have very smart, good people. We don't have those people. So where did you get your people? And the answer was, we hired them from you. And then 2 more slides. When it comes to experiments, you never run only one experiment at a time. You run a portfolio of experiments. Every experiment has to be coherent, but in that portfolio of experiments, which has to be safe to fail. So first of all, like, you cannot run experiments when the failure of that experiment or when it goes in a different direction, you will lose your company. So don't do that. Safe to fail portfolio of experiments, and every experiment has to be coherent. There have to be oblique ones in there, there have to be naive ones in there, and you should have also conflicting experiments. So if this succeeds, then this must fail, based on their coherence. And lastly, in terms of direction, you need to choose. You need to make a decision. Whether you want to keep attempting to engineer the future state, which will always fail, but you can keep doing that if you want to, or you choose to manage the potential of the present. You have what you have today. You work with this. And when you look at your objectives and goals, do not look for the shiny end goal in 3 or 5 years' time. We will all move towards that, so let's start moving. You should look for the adjacent possible. So judging based on where we are today, what is the slightly better position where we can be tomorrow? And tomorrow you ask the same question again. So you look at what is possible today, because many things that you would like to have are not possible based on what you have today. But there are improved positions that are possible based on where you are today. Thank you.
Wow, what a way to start our conference. It felt like fresh air into the face. Thank you, Kaimar. Do we have questions from the audience? We have time to actually ask a few questions also. Can we have a microphone?
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. My context of my question is based on first on your last slide, that really what's the potential for future, and second context is that I'm also such a small business angel. And when we follow presentations of startups, they all speak about digitalization, nearly all. And many of them say that we create a new platform to just link some customers and some service or providers. So what is your vision for future? So often these people also think so that all technology, it's digital. Only digital technology is all what we call technology. So should there be some new trend or new way of thinking in our startup community, maybe during next 5 or 10 years? Thank you.
Thank you. I will perhaps give, as an answer, I'll give an example again that has to do with COVID-19. And it's not specific to Estonia the same way as startups are not specific to Estonia. So all around the world, at least the Western world, in every country where they have created the contact tracing app for COVID-19, technologists are surprised. Why are not more people using this? It's such a cool tool. It looks so nice. It is so useful. So what is stopping people who actually have a smartphone? It runs the correct operating system. It's okay they're okay with using Bluetooth. So why is it not working? So very often with technology, people who are deep in technology, they often think that technology is the solution. And technology itself is the solution without understanding that in a complex system of the society or a country, it's a combination of the social patterns, beliefs, and then technology. And if we don't look at the other aspects as well, I would say if we don't look at the other aspects first, technology is likely to either be inefficient, not useful, or harmful. So when we create something for the society, we need to understand the reality of the society as well. And that's part of the thinking that needs to come into the technology sector as well. And it's already coming there, because we have lots of people who work for large technology companies, Facebook, Google, and so on, who are questioning their practices, who are questioning the solutions that they build with, of course, like the question that is now being asked, okay, yes, we can do this, but should we? And that's a question that hasn't been asked enough in the past. And now that we're seeing the results of technology being used in other ways than we planned, we are starting to ask this question. We can do many things with technology, but should we? And then if we should, then what else needs to be there? What are the enablers in the system that actually allow for that technology to be successful? So it's, in a society, it's never just the technology. And once you understand people's behavior, you are much more likely to be successful. But that can do either good or harm. But you need to understand the behavior.
Thank you, Kaimar. Unfortunately, we don't have any time to ask more questions. I believe you have questions, because I do have 3 questions to ask, but we don't have any time and we need to proceed. But this shows that we need to invite Kaimar back. So welcome back next year. Thank you for your presentation and good luck.
So you want to, you can contact me on Twitter. I'm quite active there, or LinkedIn, or read some of my articles on Medium as well. So I'm going to rush off to Tartu. We'll be speaking about AI today, so interesting day. Enjoy the conference, and thank you again.
Thank you once again, Kaimar. Thank you. And we proceed with our agenda. We have next speaker. She's not here with us. She actually is in Vienna, and she's going to talk through Zoom. And her name is Leyrer, and she's innovative C-level executive and leader with Global Executive MBA in Vienna University. She has more than 20 years strategy development and execution experience, actually, and she played a key role on saving Estonian flagship Baltica. Hello, Mae.
Hi. I hope everybody hears me.
Yeah, we hear you quite nice, and
Good.
I can't say to you, floor is yours. I will say screen is yours.
Thank you. I will try to do my best. It's difficult, of course, on the screen. On the floor, it would be much better. Whoops, sorry, slides are at the end. We need to go to the beginning. Okay, so I'm very happy to be with you. Sorry that I couldn't be there in person. As you know, in Austria, the corona situation is not the best. My family, everybody is happy, is healthy and happy, but unfortunately, we cannot travel. So, my topic is crisis as an opportunity. I will not stop on my background, as it was already very well covered. And but I will talk a bit on the crisis and why do I think it's an opportunity, and why does my experience show it as an opportunity. Kaimar actually had a very good presentation, which I listened into the whole presentation as well. There is going to be a lot of moments where you will probably feel that, okay, she's talking the same things as Kaimar says. So crisis, if we look at crisis by its definition, it is an unstable and crucial time in which a decisive change is impending. The key word here is really the decisive change, because that's from where the opportunity comes. Now, it's a decisive change. And change is always an opportunity. It is an opportunity to do things better or worse. I want to focus, of course, always on the better, as already by nature I am someone who always sees the positive. And that's why crisis is always an opportunity, and crisis is always actually an opportunity to change for the better. When we look at the organizations, of course, I really love what McGill has said. Crisis is what suppressed pain looks like. It always comes to the surface. It shakes you into reflecting and healing. And there is no better way to describe crisis and crisis as an opportunity. Because as also Kaimar said, organizations are complex, and there is actually always some pain underneath, which executives tend to blind themselves to. It is so easy to be in a regular, flow, go on every day without worrying anything. The money is coming in, what's there to worry? And it's really easy to blind yourself to the true problems. And this is why crisis actually in every company, and actually also in every economy, is a very necessary thing. It's a very necessary opportunity, because this is the time when we really start to reflect and we really start to look inside to see, can we really heal what there is? And then we see the true problems. The problems that we otherwise might actually want to ignore. And we as managers, and I'm talking that there's probably a lot of managers also or at least ex-managers who might right now be business angels or do some other area, be focused on other areas. But we as managers, actually, we will define for our organization, is this crisis now an opportunity to change for better or an opportunity to change for worse? And this is really where the entire leadership in crisis is crucial. And that's where actually true leaders emerge. So crisis, in short, is always, in my experience, an opportunity and an opportunity to do things better. And it is, so to say, a necessary evil. Also right now, the entire Corona crisis, we are still in the middle of it. We have no idea where it will lead, what will be the final outcome, but it is necessary. So how to bring the best out of your team in the crisis, you as a manager, assuring that actually your people will look at the crisis also as an opportunity and as an opportunity to change for the better, not for the worst. The one thing is clearly the communication. It needs to be frequent and open. What really happens, and I have so many examples I can bring. I'll bring an example as a customer from Lufthansa in the recent crisis. I had purchased, of course, already my wonderful vacation in France and had already paid for it. Actually, it was supposed to be a birthday present for my husband for his birthday. So we had paid already, everything was prepaid. The hotels in France, the minute there was Corona and they saw, okay, we cannot go there, even contracts where we had the contracts where it's in case we don't show up, we still lose the money. They immediately contacted me and paid the money back. Said, it's a special situation. We understand. We will pay the money back. What did Lufthansa do? No contact, no reaction. I was not even able to contact them. I was calling out of 10 calls, 9 calls. You're waiting there for half an hour, and then the call gets disconnected. Then when you finally get through, and you hear already the tone that the phone is already calling somebody, then again the call gets disconnected. So at the end, I wrote them a letter, and that was already weeks later, no response. So then I did a little bit of used social media for it. Okay, then I got their attention. They finally contacted me and said, yes, you will get your money back. You'll get it back in a few days. A month later, still nothing. I tried to reach them again. 2 months later, I got my money back. But me as a customer, what was missing there? A frequent and open communication. They could have said openly already in the beginning, okay, we know you had the flights, they are cancelled, we will, refund your money. They could have openly said, we'll refund it in 2 months because it's difficult. And I would have understood. What I didn't understand is the inability to reach them, and also then giving me false information and then not correcting if the information was false. They knew I was one of the customers who actually had purchased the tickets for the flights canceled. So actually they had all the information and all the ability to contact me. So frequent and open communication, and now I gave an example towards customer, the same is crucial towards your team. In the crisis, you need to talk even more often with your team and even more openly. And you need to also openly say if there is no answer yet. And in the crisis, you're going to have every day, at least minimum one time, you're going to have a situation where you have to say, I don't know how we're going to solve this, but we are going to solve it. And the first step we're going to do, we're going to sit together or do something else. So it's really important to be open even on those situations. And you need to openly say if you don't know, because people are looking up at you as a leader, you as a manager. And the minute you start fussing and saying something that you really don't mean, then people will see through it, and you are going to actually cause panic instead of easing the situation. The second key is actually frequent joint and factual decision making. In the crisis, you need to make decisions a lot more frequently, and you need to remake your decisions, maybe every 12, 24 hours. And yes, you have to remake them. Not all of them, hopefully not all of them. If you have to remake all of the decisions, there is something wrong. But a lot of the decisions you might have to remake because new information becomes available. It's also important to make the decisions with your core team together, jointly. And of course, in the crisis, just like on a regular management day, you should never forget to make decisions based on facts. Not just emotions or not just gut feeling, but also facts. And in the crisis, it becomes even more critical to look at the facts. Because in the crisis, everybody's emotions are heightened. And if you start making decisions only on the emotions, you're not going to get too far. Third point is actually, which was also addressed by Kaimar, is the room for mistakes. You need to have sufficient room for mistakes, and you need to have open approach to the mistakes. A very good example, Black Box Thinking, is a book which I definitely recommend everybody to read, where they explain how the entire airline industry has executed the black box thinking, which means people are not blamed from mistakes, everybody learns. And in the crisis, there are going to be mistakes, one mistake after another. And if you start shooting everybody who makes mistakes, you create an environment where nobody's going to come open, and you're not going to be able to learn from those mistakes to remake your decisions or then to pave your path forward. Fourth is, of course, tight and open collaboration. Another key thing to keep everybody hopeful and to really the crisis opportunity. You collaborate every day anyway, but in the crisis, you need to do it even tighter. And to bring an example from my side, actually, in Baltica, as I live in Vienna, and at the end of my first phase in Baltica was the double tip, the Corona crisis appeared, and I couldn't be there with my team, and people couldn't be actually in the office either. Despite that, due to the frequent and open communication, of course, via online media, we became even tighter team together as we were when we were all sitting in the office. That was an amazing feeling. And this tight and open collaboration is very crucial, especially in the crisis. And there is no excuse that you can't do it physically. You can always do it with the online media as well. And of course, fifth is attentive eye and empathetic approach to burnouts. You need to be really careful also with your own burnout, because in the crisis, life is a bit different than it is in a normal day, and you need to make sure that your people don't experience a burnout. And if they have a burnout, you need to have immediately already measures in place. How do you take care of them? Who can you replace with whom? How much freedom can you give to the person to stay at home? So every burnout is, of course, different, but you need to be there for your people. And of course, your own burnout, you need to watch out as well. So the things that I've actually addressed and how to bring the best out of your team in the crisis. Actually, I would like to say that you need to do all the things you should do normally. Unfortunately, you tend to forget many of them normally. In the crisis, you just need to do them more frequently and more attentively. You need to really have, the hammer in the back of your head that says, okay, more communication, more frequent. Oh, I need to be open. I need to be open. So, but in general, you do everything the way that you should do on a regular environment. Thank you. That was briefly, as I had only 15 minutes, but we continue with the questions and answers.
Ladies and gentlemen, I knew that your presentation is a little bit shorter that we have time, so I prepared some questions for you, and maybe we have some dialogue with them. My first question is that the crises tend to always come along with the panic. We saw it this year, even fear this year. How to best to ease the panic and the fear that people are feeling, the emotions?
Mm-hmm. This is actually true, and a lot of the emotions in the crisis are actually created by people themselves, and a lot of the fear, even if there is no cause. But yes, a lot of the panic comes along in the crisis. The best way to ease it for the company and for your own people is actually, again, by frequent and open communication and by being there for your people. I'll bring an example. We had in Baltica, since in the Corona crisis, we filed for the reorganization. It was necessary. And of course, immediately the journalism started, twisting it. And they said, okay, Baltica is now bankrupt. Not going to reorganization is bankrupt. What happened? The day that there was an announcement that we are filing for reorganization, there was only a few minutes later, our phones are red, customers are calling, okay, so now you're bankrupt. I just ordered my stuff online. Does it mean I don't get it? Okay. It was immediately clear there is a panic from customer side. And what was very important there was actually immediate response from our side, of course, from our team. Within half an hour, the head of the online channels had an email out to all of our customers saying that we are here to stay and to explain it a bit more the situation. And this helped, it immediately eased the panic from the customer side. They weren't calling anymore, but this was just to give one example. So it's really frequent and open communication. And the minute you see that something is happening, you need to be able to be responsive and responsive fast. Like in this example, it was really within half an hour, there was an email out, but that means that the managers are really responsive and do it very fast.
But do you see, or how different are the competencies managers have to have when we have crisis and when we have good times, and are there difference?
There is actually, I wouldn't say there is much difference. The only difference that comes in is, again, has to do with the emotions and the fact that people might get into panic. So the only difference is that managers need to learn to stay calm in panic. And for the managers for whom it's the first crisis or the first panic situation, it's going to be difficult unless they by nature are very calm. In general, of course, managers, at least senior managers, have been already in their early days through crisis, and they know how to stay calm. When it comes to other competencies, then actually no, there is no big difference. It's the same competencies, but of course you need to do things more frequently, and you need to do them, you need to be even more open.
But do you think during the major crisis we need to do changes in the management team members, or can we go through with all manager teams through the major crisis, or what do you feel?
Mm-hmm. This now depends on, I'm going to have to bring an example again, actually, from my latest work. And we had actually one change in the management team in the crisis. And this was actually related to the fact that one of the key managers said, guys, I can't do it. I don't have the competencies. I need to now start, instead of, looking long-term into the future and doing things slow, I need to redo every day different things. And I need to become more operational. And this is not in me. I can't do it. And she said, I need to leave. So it is, some people might leave. In general, you shouldn't have to do changes in the crisis. Also, when we look at the Baltica challenge from the very beginning, because the company was already in the crisis when I went into the company, because they had been 10 years, roughly 10 years already not profitable. So more or less, they were in a constant crisis mode. And I actually decided not to change the management team because I didn't see the need for it. Of course, there were some people, because I expected from people other things that were expected before. So some people left, new people came in. But it wasn't something where I said and made a decision like, okay, I will go forward with these people and these people need to go. No, I said, I will maintain the entire management team and I will grow together with them. And especially if you're in the crisis and in the turnarounds, I consider this the best approach, because if you change people, you're going to lose time, valuable time. Of course, you need to change the people which don't have at all the competencies that are required. But if the people are as smart as they were, for instance, in Baltica, and they have the competencies, all they needed was actually a leadership and to be grown into the new way of doing things, then you shouldn't have to go into changing. Mm-hmm. But of course, from you as an executive, it is going to take a lot more energy to grow the people.
When you arrived to Baltica, Baltica was already on crisis, yes?
Yes.
And you had a plan how to get out of the crisis, and then suddenly Corona arrived. And you had two crises then, and believe me, it's not so that 2 minus marks equals 1 plus mark like in mathematics. So basically you are suddenly in a situation where everything was already a mess again. So how it was possible to see opportunities in this double crisis, and which opportunities did you and your team identify?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is true. We were in a double dip and it was not easy, definitely not easy. We still actually saw opportunities and had a lot to do actually with the 5 points which I mentioned before as to how we managed the entire crisis and the double dip crisis. The opportunities were actually, for Baltica, the second crisis was positive, or I mean the Corona crisis coming on top of the already previous crisis in the company was very positive. Why? Because if you have a big company like Baltica was in the beginning, when I started, it was 1,000 employees. Actually, they were doing in fashion industry the entire value chain from design to from design to production, all the way down to retail shops. Then you have a very big animal. And if you want to turn this very big animal around, you cannot do it like this. You need to plan it carefully and you need to take one careful step after another. So what happened even in the first year of planning, there were some things which I personally would have wanted to do a lot faster, but I knew the company or the organization is not going to be able to take it. So then when the Corona crisis happened, you were able to do them a lot faster because the external environment supported your a lot quicker execution. So I unfortunately cannot elaborate in detail because they have not yet been made public to my knowledge, some of the changes that were opportunities that were identified. But I can say in general, for instance, the entire portfolio, the brand portfolio review had taken way too long. Now in the crisis, it was possible to do it very fast, a lot faster, and say, okay, which brands do we go forward with and which brands do we not go forward with? So in this situation, crisis was actually the second crisis was a big opportunity for Baltica. Also with the online shop to move on even faster. It can be an opportunity for many others as well, and I'm sure there has been many companies, which I have witnessed myself as well, where the Corona crisis has been now an opportunity to understand that I need to make my online presence more qualitative and if before, for instance, they were not able to get the money or the budget allocation for these changes, then in these corona crises, they got them immediately. So that's an opportunity. And actually, in nowadays world, a very important opportunity, because without online existence, you do not exist.
Fascinating. She sees actually 2 minus marks as a plus mark. So it's really, but what do you think about the sentence, don't miss the crisis? We all know the sentence. Do you like it?
Don't miss the crisis. Don't miss. Oh, that's, what do I think about it? If it's meant in a way that, you know, don't miss out on it,
yeah,
then I fully agree with it.
Everything of it, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, because you should take everything out of it. As I mentioned earlier as well, because in my opinion, there is in every organization, and the bigger and the older the organization is, the more managers in that organization are actually spending less and less time on understanding the real problems, because they get so comfortable. And this is normal. I mean, when we look at the global politics right now, we see the same thing. People are getting very comfortable in their seats. Is it really helping the nation or the economy forward is another question, but they are very comfortable there. So that's why the crisis is necessary. And it's as much necessary also for the companies to get actually moving. Especially the big companies and the old ones where management, where people, I mean, if you're the same company more than 8 years, actually, or more than 7 years already, you're not, the value that you add to that company is going to be smaller and smaller every year, up until to the point where actually you're going to be adding negative value, because you're not looking at it freshly anymore. And this is human, because, you know, people get used to everything. Even, you know, bringing a very drastic example, you even get used to hanging. You know, you move a bit in the beginning and then you're used to it. So it's the same actually in the companies. And the older they are, the more they are in the regular cycle, and they need the crisis to wake up. It's a completely necessary wake-up call.
And also we have to be aware or take account that please don't miss the good times also. We don't talk about it, but
absolutely.
And there will be good times, I believe, so be ready. I have a final question
crisis.
too.
Sorry, yeah, I just wanted to add that every crisis leads to the next growth. So there will be good times, and they will come faster than we can think. I mean, let's be honest, if we look at the 2008 financial crisis, global crisis, then we just recently got out of it. And now we were hit with corona crisis, but will also pass.
And my final question is actually from the sentence you actually just said, and I took it from Kaimar's presentation, that what do you think about the narrative or the pattern that crises occur every 10 years? Why is that, or do you believe so?
Actually, I personally believe more in the cycle of sevens. And I've also witnessed more the cycles of 7 as opposed to the 10. But it means that in every decade, you definitely have at least one major crisis. And I think it's also very natural, because when we look at the nature, you know, you have 4 cycles in 12 months. So I wouldn't say that all the cycles are crises, but you have cycles in a bigger world picture. Having every 7 years, one bigger major crisis is actually very necessary to assure the balance.
Do you also believe that to do one thing more than 4 years is too much?
I personally believe that 7 years is again the limit there. More than 7 years, I would say, is already insane, and the value add will be negative to yourself as well as more and more to the company as such. But of course, in the same position, if the question was related being in the same position, there it really goes down to a person and the type of person. Me personally, I think 3 years is already a long thing, because I don't believe I can add much value if I do exactly the same thing already for 3 years. but there are people for whom actually the doing the same thing every day over and over again is okay, and those people can even do it for 20 years and continuously continue adding value. And I have had such people in my teams. For instance, when I was in the banking, risk assessment people. If you had a really good risk assessor who loved what he or she is doing, they could do it for 20 years and still add tremendous value.
Yes, that is, yeah. Do we have questions from the audience? From, we have one question. Or we have there, yeah.
Hi, thank you a lot for your presentation. Yes, it was wonderful, as also as your experience that you shared. I actually wanted to ask you, what was the most painful point during the overcoming the crisis in Baltica?
There were many painful points. It was, to be very honest, it was the biggest challenge that I have had. And of course, I knew it from the very beginning that it will be a very difficult challenge, which actually cost me my health. As I was, as a person, when I go into something, I go in with 200, 500%. So I'm not able to work from 8 to 5 or from 8 to 8, then I work 24/7. What was the most difficult was, of course, for me in the beginning to even, in some places, to realize that the things were worse than I had anticipated. And there was a lot more work to do than I had anticipated, because I knew the company before. I was actually consultant to them before, so it wasn't a complete surprise to me what's there. But when you always go in, and you also know if you go to your next challenge, and in the beginning you think, okay, you know exactly how to tackle it. And then when you start, turning the stones, and after each stone, it's like opening a Pandora box, then it's at some point you think like, okay, maybe I'm not going to turn any more stones now anymore. Let's solve the first Pandora boxes. And this happens in every position. And it was also in Baltica, maybe the most difficult was that at some point I opened too many stones, or I wanted to turn too many stones at the same time. And of course, I wore out the team. It was also difficult for the team. It wasn't easy. My expectations, I expect from the others what I expect from myself, but you cannot expect from people 24/7. So that was probably the most difficult, but we managed it very well. And to also my very pleasant surprise, the company elected me as a person of the year. So they must have been happy, even after we actually had to cut down about 50% of the entire staff.
Thank you. Any more questions from audience? Yeah, we had two questions here and there also.
Thank you. Can you hear me? No. Oh, yes.
Yes.
Do you have tips on how to motivate your people while being in a home office? Your staff. How would you motivate them the best?
Mm-hmm. The best way to motivate in home office is actually to bring fun into the meetings. For instance, we used to celebrate something in the regular, because we had management meetings every day, and it was sometimes we took a glass of wine, everybody took a glass of wine to it, and we celebrated something. So this is one way. We had one team where they had really an amazing team member who came up with always doing some funny stuff, and then she always shared with us from her team meeting what was the funny thing that the person did. I did a dance with the toilet paper, and all these crazy things which are completely crazy, but which bring you the right energy and really help you do things differently. So at the end of the day, it's do not forget celebrations. Also online, you can celebrate online. It doesn't matter that you are meeting online and not in person. And another thing which I discovered and which I already, of course, knew before as well, the motivation is a lot. You need to often call the people one-on-one, separately, just to show that you care and just listen to them, hear them out, and be there for them. So this is very important.
Yes, I also personally agree that a glass of wine helps always. We have a question from first row here.
Yeah. Okay, I have a mic. Thank you very much for your presentation and optimism. It was a really good kind of thing what we all needed right now. But my question is actually kind of a follow-up from the previous questions. You provided us a list of advices how to bring out more from your team, and some of the aspects you already covered, that how to make team more unite, and you covered several other aspects as well. But can you bring us more examples in regard to these aspects, what you also emphasized, that how to make more tolerant about the mistakes, and how to make your team more open in communication? And what kind of obstacles you faced during these times?
This is a very good question. The one key thing there is actually you as a leader yourself. Also, for instance, now going back again to the latest experience in Baltica, but it's not the only experience. I've had many before as well that show exactly the same thing. The hardest thing to change is the culture. If you go to the company where mistakes are punished and you need to then change them, and you can't change it overnight and say, okay, now mistakes are no longer punished. Because as you always know, the pendulum goes from one end to another. If you no longer punish, it can go in completely in the other. Nobody even takes responsibility for making mistakes. So this is something that you have to avoid as well. And this was also very difficult for me actually in my latest challenge, to change the culture so that people would understand it's okay to be open, in front of the entire management team. And we had a big one. We had actually 10 to 14 people in the management team around the table, always for the management team meetings. And it was very difficult in the beginning to get people to even, talk about the mistakes that they had made so that everybody can learn from it. The way that it starts is actually self. It started from myself, me being open, also open about my mistakes, talking about them. And then also when somebody came in the management team and started talking, and when, for instance, I asked the question, okay, but why is this not done, or what's happened there? Then I didn't do it in an I didn't attack them. I did it in a very friendly way. Of course, this is also by nature who I am. I didn't attack them. I didn't tell them that, oh, it's all your fault, or in front of everybody or something. No, never. We discussed it openly. If there was something, we said, okay, so what did you learn from it? Okay, what would you do in this situation? It's all about joint learning. And this actually started easing the fear of being punished for every mistake, or then being blamed in front of everybody for every mistake. And it actually started with me, and I ran the meetings and of course other meetings that happened where I was participating. And it actually took, I have to say, about 2 months or 1.5 months, when people started coming up to me and actually saying that, it's so much easier to work if you don't need to always have a constant fear. So this helps, starting from yourself, being open about your own mistakes, and definitely not arguing with people in front of the others, or putting blame on them in front of the others. This is very important, because it's a human nature. If you do that, you will lock them down. You need to openly say, okay, was a mistake. We all make mistakes. What do we do now differently? How can you now resolve this mistake? How fast are you going to do and resolve it? And how can the others help you?
True, really, really true. More questions from audience? We have time for one more question. No? Maja, do you know that Baltica is now located, the office is located in Ülemiste City?
Yes, I do know.
You
It was one of the things.
You haven't visited it, no?
Unfortunately, I haven't been after the corona. I haven't been able to travel. So still waiting for the borders to open so that I could travel without having to then be in the quarantine for weeks. So
We definitely will wait you here in Ülemiste and then Estonia. Hopefully we'll get opportunity to travel. Thank you, Leyrer. We have a gift also. I don't know if you see us.
Yes, I do see.
You see? This is a gift.
Yes.
I think we will send it to Vienna.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
And now we will have a lunch break. Please be back 12:45. So more, a little bit, 50 minutes lunch break. Also, I suggest all of you who are through Zoom to have a bite. And please come back. And then we have special short event, yoga laughing, starting. So please be back at 12:45. Thank you.
ütles, et see üks... Check. Kas mu... Check. Check.
Okei. Helista, jah? Või ma kuulen B-mixi siit praegu?
Jah, ainult B-mixist.
Teen korraks.
Tulevad heli, kuuled sina.
Jaa, kõik fine. No proovime, okei. Ma panin tegelikult selle reklaami korraks nagu põnts. Ei ole mul Marinat praegu sees veel. No Mae, kõige esimene esineja, kes esines ära, vaata.
Okei, ma tulen Mae ringi.
Praegu mul ei ole kedagi sees ka, et see...
Jõu. Kas sa kuuled mind, Tauno? Tauno. Tauno, kas sina kuuled mind või? Ma kuulen, et sa
mul
askendad seal.
pootid ei töötanud praegu, oota. Mäleta, kus ma pootide selle panin.
Aga samas ma kuulen sind.
Kellega räägite? Mind kuuled või?
Jah, sind kuulen praegu.
Aga oota, ma prooviks ennast ka, sind ka kuulma saada. Oota.
Check. Check. Nüüd ma näen su katkuvat pilti. Nüüd sa seisad. Nüüd sa liigud.
Jaa, nüüd ma kuulen. Aga räägi uuesti.
Jaa,
see oli minu enda poodide probleem.
Okay.
Et mina kuulen sind hästi, sina kuuled mind ka, on ja?
Jaa, väga hästi kuulen.
No siis on hästi, siis ma tulen tagasi.
Jah, teeme nii. Tšau. Tauno, kuuled mind või? Just pani kinni või? Just pani kinni, ma tahtsin tegelikult mõtlesin seda, et prooviks korraks seda PowerPointi ja seda inimest korraks uuesti, kas ma nüüd sain korda selle.
Olen sees või? 1, 2, 3.
No jah, see läheb sinna ka ju. Sinna striimi ka ju. Nii, ma nüüd ei kuule sind jälle.
Mina kuulen sind, sa kuuled mind nüüd?
Jaa.
Okei, jaa. Nüüd ma näen klippi praegu alla.
Jaa, sa pead programmi väljundit nii-öelda nägema.
Jaa.
Color bars. Tim on ju praegu, kui ma selle VMX eetrisse panen, on ju? Siis läheb nii, nagu läheb nagu ürituse ajalgi või? Okei. Siis Tauno, kuuled, jah?
Ja kuulen, jah.
Panen korraks sind eetrisse siis. Ja saad öelda mingi 1, 2, 3, mingi lihtsalt testi mingeid asju.
Jah. 1, 2, 3. Testin.
Jaa, ütle.
1, 2, 3.
1,
2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okei, aitäh.
2, 3, okei.
Tundub, et on nagu hästi.
Jah. Siis paneme kinni. Kas kas ma jäin sulle praegu sinna alla või? Vaata, kas ma jäin sulle alla praegu sinna või? Oleme sul eetris praegu veel ei ole? Okei, siis ma tean, et ma pean panema kinni selle lihtsalt.
Hallo, tervist. Kas te kuulete mind?
Jaa, korras, nüüd kuulen.
Jaa, väga hästi. Nii, tervist. Mina olen Andre, ühesõnaga. Ja
väga meeldiv.
Ma siis näitan teile, mis siin teha saab. Ma saan aru, et teil presentatsiooni pole ühesõnaga, jah?
Ei, mul ei ole presentatsiooni.
Selge. Siis...
Ja ma ei räägi sellest kohast, kus ma praegu olen.
Aha.
Ma olen teises kohas siis.
Okei, aga ühesõnaga teil on siis ka teine internet nii-öelda.
Ja mul on ka teine internet, mul on kõik teistmoodi siis. Aga ta peaks olema samasugune, sest selle 6 kuuse zoomimise ajal ei ole kordagi olnud mitte ühtegi probleemi, nii et ma ei usu, et ka teiega tekib.
Okei, no siis on hästi. Siis loodame, et kõik läheb.
Palju te tahate, et ma enne oma esinemist tulen eetrisse?
Üks 5 minutit võib enne tulla.
Ja tulen selle sama lingiga?
Jaa, täpselt selle sama lingiga, jah.
Ja palju see rahvast tegelikult koha peal on ja palju on netis?
Internetis on meil siin praegu Zoomis, ma vaatan, on 23, Facebookis ja YouTube'is ka kindlasti mõned inimesed vaatavad, aga koha peal on siin kõik istekohad on täis.
Mis see tähendab kõik istekohad täis?
100 inimest umbes.
Ikka päris palju, okei. Need inimesed ikkagi tulid kohale?
Jaa, täitsa nii on.
Okei, aga siis ma arvan, sellega me loeme katsetus õnnestunuks, jah?
Jah, tundub küll nii.
Ja 5 minutit enne seda, kui ma pean rääkima, tulen tagasi.
Jah, teeme nii.
Teeme nii, kohtumiseni, aitäh!
Jah, aitäh!
So, welcome back. We are starting with our next session, session number 2. I little bit rushed before I said that please come back at 45 and then we have this fun part. The fun part will come after the coffee break. Now is the serious part. By serious part, I mean now in the second session, we are going to hear about 4 different scientific articles. And I don't know, I haven't seen the presentations, but I believe that to understand those, we need to focus more. So I believe that there's going to be now hour and 45 minutes focused being in a conference. And in between every presentation, of course, there is opportunity to ask questions. And I have asked Rector Mait Rungi to conclude then the whole second session part with his own words, of course. But yes, for first presentation, I'm really glad to welcome Dr. Alireza Lajevardi. And he's here too. Presentations are through Zoom, and then the last one is also here located. Dr. Lajevardi has obtained his credentials in Masters of Science in Research Methodology and Doctorate Business Administration from Bordeaux University. And his article is all about adapting of industrial 4.0, so really important and critical issue. I remember Ülo Pärnits said already 10 years ago that how is digitalization in your company? So this is about digitalization in industry. So Mr. Lajevardi, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And may I?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, I should say thank you for giving this opportunity for presenting this presentation. Totally, my presentation is about adoption, but from the side of the social technical view. If a person from software or from industrial engineering wants to present this article, maybe consider other aspects. But for me, adoption and thinking about the real environment of the work is more important. Everybody knows, I mean, more or less, that technology is essential, but like the other phenomena, it has some barriers and also give, in the other side, some advantages. As a barriers, we know it is risky because we don't know what happened before maturity, after maturity, or after adoption. It's unsystematic and totally is unpredictable for many companies, especially for the companies that stick to the traditional environment. Everybody believes that accepting new technology should give this opportunity to create immediate business value, empowers developers and controls and minimize the maybe problems and complications that will be happen in the business environment. One of the concerns from the business owners to deal with the implementing the new technologies or utilizing new solutions should expend a lot of or heavy money for solving the problem that will happen in their organization. And for this matter, they choose different ways to tackle this problem. Some of them go, individually to tackle it and experience everything. Others hire new employees that they are specialists and experts in the new technologies. And it is also could be high cost. Others prefer to hire consultants, and everybody knows when the consultants come to the industry, it means the new chapter of the spending a lot of money will be open. And others prefer to experience everything by learning and implementing. But more and less, everybody believe that the digitalization will be happened. And at the end of the day, every business owners and everybody has roles in the business environment should play in this environment. We are expecting in the close future digitalization, it will be happen based on this digitalization. Some works, some profile works will be changed, and we will encounter with new list of skills in the new environment. And based in this changing, we will have new environment. One of them could be teaching factory, and also we will have long life learning in the close future. It's not from maybe a scientific paper. It's related to my experience. After study some case studies for implementing new technology in financial companies, I understood there are two phases is important. First, maturity. It's a segment before the transition, and after that, adoption. It means start the transition. Both of them like a big deal, and totally we can say it's a kind of journey. But as you know, it has a lot of latent variable. The best way for controlling the investment and the money and keep away to wasting the money and time, we can measuring some of them by adopting. It's a kind of forecasting technique. Like the other happening in the societies, there are groups of the people for and against this transition. A majority group of the experts are against this matter, and they believe that by increasing of using the automation and robots in the work, we will have a serious competitor for the workforces. And because they are going to do something better than the workforces, and maybe this dangerous thing will happen, and a lot of people lose their job. But on the other hand, the people are for this matter, and they believe that it won't result in job loss, because the manufacturing is going to be developed in the new concepts. For example, we don't have a very expensive production line for producing one material. Maybe in the smart production, we will have a specific production line for producing different kind of matter, customizing, and also some taste of the customers included this. And based on this matter, something will be eliminated, but it is low-skilled jobs with the, low profile in the expertise and specification. Also, some terminologies will be changed. For example, at the moment, one of the important things is e-learning, but we will have the digital and social learnings, and maybe learning through the mobile systems. Handies is going to be very important. It's not necessary we know everything about the factory and production line, but we have enough tendency to learn the new things through the learning systems. One of the things I think will happen in the new era is agility, because the master plans will be short in the time, and we should understand this matter. We will be very agile and fast to changing our direction and catching our goals. If I say about the emerging Industry 4, it's raised by German government in 2013 for setting intelligent, self-regulating, and interconnected industrial value creation. Industry 4 has this capability to change the work environment because based on Industry 4, we will have less, decreasing the manual operation, and other side, the monitoring will be more powerful and also increasing. And also, as I said before, the list of the skills will be changed, and one of the problems and one of the challenges will be for the HR, department, because they will encounter with the new job profiles, and also maybe how deal with this matter with, old group of the workers. Total Industry 4 is a combination of intelligent networking of machines and process plus ICT. For example, flexible production will be happen. It means, as I told, an expensive production line has enough capability to change and produce different type of the products. And use of data is going to be very highlight in the close future. As a timeline, in 1970, the automation happened in the business world, and before a few years ago, everything, the core of everything was computers. But we met a very small gap, and it was very accelerated, and something has changed, and computer maybe is not important at the moment. At the moment, we have a very important triangles that TOP. It's let me enter to the. It's the interconnection between technology, organization, personnel. All of them are important for the, work environment, and it is necessary. And if you want to eliminate each of them, it means your system will be weak, and there is instability about the continuing and maybe challenging with the other companies, or being alive in the society. There are questions for this transition, for this journey, which company could be, which type of companies would be successful accepting this technology. Based on the scholars, the big companies, enterprises, could be more successful than the others. And there is a recommendation that it's a kind of gathering of the small companies that prepare and sharing the data for this transition, for the accepting or implementing the Industry 4 is a kind of solution. There are some promises and integration by Industry 4. The first one is vertical integration. It will happen inside of the companies, because normally we have, organizational chart in a high level of company, and Industry 4 has this capability to compress these levels, and maybe in a shorter organizational chart, we will have some more transparency and agility. Horizontal integration over the supply chain management is one of the important gifts from Industry 4, and in the concepts and theory, it has analyzed. Also, there are observation by engineering end-to-end of the life cycle of products. Before I say about this slide, because we will have some solution, for example, IoT, Internet of Things, or machine learning. These concepts will give this opportunity for anytime and anywhere you will receive the services. For this matter, there are some models. Unfortunately for Industry 4, because it's very new topics, we don't have any specific framework, especially for the transition. And there is no roadmap for example, what should do a traditional company to start transition or start this journey to join the digitalization or accept this idea. One of these models provided by Mr. Herman, it's about review of the Industry 4 and case studies. He did it because there is no clear definition for Industry 4. And also, at the moment, there is no clear definition. And different scholar has different idea about Industry 4. But he did it because there is no clear definition, also lack of a study in multi-aspects about the vision, benefits, and enabling technology. And he provides this based on quantitative text analysis plus qualitative literature review. Sometimes scholars divided qualitative research from quantitative research completely, and they go through the black and white environment. But I think sometimes we should do as a combination of these opportunities, because based on quantitative, we can have good forecasting from the future, and based on the qualitative, we can understand what's going to happen about our environment. Maybe we can understand what is the yes or no based on quantitative, and what should we do based on qualitative research. It's the model that provided by him, and it has 4 important disciplinary. Another one is categorical framework by Mr. King. It's also understood that there is no clear definition for the Industry 4, and he tried to understand and provide a clear definition of Industry 4. Also, Industry 4 is very ambiguous for the people. Technicals have usually a specific understanding of the Industry 4s, managers another understanding, and it's a little difficult to provide a common area of understanding for these people. And also, there is no roadmap for this transition. And but some scholars said it's better we start from the blank page. It's not necessary we have a prescription for each company, but there is no framework to understanding the needs for starting this journey. It's a kind of matrix. For example, in the ERP, as I can remember, we have a lot of matrix that shows the failure. And in the ERP, the important failure was time and I think time, because usually we are in a short time to implementing the ERP. It could be the one of the metrics that provided for Industry 4. By myself, I like this model. It's provided by Deloitte. You know, usually when the new technology launch, depends on, solution and everything. It's separated to two main groups. One of them are just say about the positive, and others just say about the negative. It's one of the models, theoretical models, that is going to describe positively and negatively of this coloration about the choosing Industry 4. And he extracted some constructs for this study. And As you see, it's two of them are positive, IT infrastructure and firm size that I told you. The enterprise company could be more successful in this journey, and also IT infrastructure is disciplinary for choosing Industry 4. One of the famous people in Industry 4 is Schumacher, and this framework, I mean, the force model is related to him. He had also two others frameworks, and I think the first one is related to him. But in this model in 2016, he synthesized the industry framework based on common use cases. He studied all of the cases related to the Industry 4. The origin of the Industry 4 is Germany, and he's a German guy. Maybe it's a kind of, I mean, facilitator for him. And he could extract 12 subjects for this matter. Some of them we had in these slides. For example, number 5, mobile production modules. It means the flexibility of the companies. And autonomous material handling, it means how we can deal with our inventory, because as you know better than me, the prices to keep the materials in the inventory could be high. Integrated suppliers is one of the goals that providers the Industry 4 promise to the people, and self-optimizing machines based on IoT and learning machineries. And it's my short description. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
How do you think practically we are doing with Industry 4.0 implementing in Europe? As you mentioned, it was established in Germany many years ago. We have had, even in Ülemiste campus, we have had Industry 4.0 conferences. Everybody's talking, but theoretically, yes, but practically, how well the European industry is doing by implementing this?
Yes. You know, Estonia is a country with a lot of forest, and I think the wood industry is very important in this country, and also they are a big exporter of the technology of the wood in this matter. I tried to gathering some data about this matter. You have a lot of companies, but there is just one company focusing on Industry 4, because in wood industry, usually the machinery is too big and it is very difficult. You adjust your output for the products in a different type of products. Sometimes you want to produce a very big column for building, and maybe you are going to produce some small decorative things. But there is one company focusing on this matter based on I think sharing with the Tallink University. But it's completely in the start point. I mean, in the future we will have a lot. We will have a lot of things about Industry 4, but I think we are in a start point.
And my second question is that this Industry 4.0 was established already like almost a decade ago. Do you believe it's almost like old because the technology is implementing so fast? Do we need today already 5.0 industry?
You know, somebody believes that Industry 4 digitalization will be happen, and nobody can say we don't have digitalization in the close future. But some people believe that Industry 4 is the heart of the digitalization, and it's very important organ. Sometimes before that we had ERP, and people maybe rings the bell for them. what is the difference between ERP and Industry 4? In ERP, we deal with a lot of computer system, but in Industry 4, we are ready to be very agile to learning because the work, the duties, the skills will be changed based on agility, and the mentality will be changed to learning. It's the things that I think will be happening in the close future. You know, maybe in the close future, it's not necessary we hire mechanical engineer that they are expert in some things. Maybe we should hire a mechanical engineer that they are ready to learn and switch very fast based on, scientific facts.
Do we have questions? We have one question from audience. Can we have microphone? One moment.
In your presentation, I didn't see one factor which might be also relevant. That's labor costs. If we think about Estonian labor costs per hour, they are much lower than in Germany. If you take such countries in Europe as Bulgaria, it's still much more lower. So may it be so that in such countries where labor costs are still very low, it's more useful from entrepreneurial point of view to make such very customized products and not to invest so much to such holistic Industry 4. So maybe it should be also analyzed. Or
totally, I think you say it's completely correct, but in Industry 4, the agility is very important because for example, in Industry 4, we can control the maintenance time. One of the problem in the companies, where they do some maintenance, they should down the production line, turn off the production line. And in Industry 4, you have a good schedule for controlling everything. Maybe in compare this kind of controlling the money in front of, labor expenses, maybe the Industry 4 will be, successful.
Okay, I understand. For instance, we take a large-scale furniture production with a lot of machinery, automatization, yeah. But the alternative is if you have low labor cost, you just hire 10 persons. The boss can see around who is making which furniture piece. You make it very customized. Yes. And you charge good money from each customer.
Your question is very nice, and I forgot the concept of the Industry 4. In Industry 4, we promise that the laborers and skilled workers need to know everything. They are ready to understand and learn at time because they are believe that it's a kind of long life learning, and the profile of the skilled workers will be changed, I think.
Thank you, Alireza. Thank you. We have also gift for you.
Well, thank you very much. It's my pleasure.
Yes, applause.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, next presentation. Do we have a video bridge to Sweden? It's like, no? Like Eurovision, yeah. Hello, Sweden. It's Tallinn here.
Hello.
There should be two persons, Dr. Magnus Hope and Dr. Kaimar Namdrar.
Yes. Well, I'm here, but I haven't seen Kaimar around the video yet, so I don't know where he is.
But can we then start with you? I have a short introduction also that Magnus, you are associate professor and holder of excellent teacher certificate at Moderator University, Sweden, yeah?
Yes.
And your work with Kaimar was about releasing potentials, educating transformative entrepreneurial cells for better world.
Yeah.
Sounds.
And I think it works. Yeah, and I think it works very well with Aliresa's presentation also, and the demand for what kind of competence there is a need for in companies and society right now.
Yes, but Magnus, the screen is yours, and if Kamran will join, then we'll have him, but let's start.
Okay, I'll improvise on his pictures, so excuse me if I'm a bit off, on and off. Yes, please. I think I should be able to switch. See if it works now. The internet clicker. Otherwise, I need some help from you. Oh, there it goes. Well, at least this is the first presentation, and just want to make sure that you understand that this is a complementary story to our paper. Our paper is a bit differently structured, but this is another way of telling the same story about. So please change picture. And here's a brief of what we're trying to accomplish in this paper. And it's an essay where we argue that the need for refocusing education towards a much needed transformative competence. And we also explore a few theoretical concepts that can be used in describing this transition. So it's not based on empirical work or something we have statistics for or anything. It's more a theoretical approach to the problem. Thank you. Next picture. And here's where Kaimar should have told you the story. But what we understand, you can just let the slides roll up. Otherwise, I will not remember exactly what Kaimar was saying. The thing is that we need transformation competence in society. As we understand it, the path we're on is not sufficient, or the change we're trying to make are not sufficient.
Sorry, Margus,
for action.
we can't see the slides. Maybe we have a technical issue. Can we see the slides, what Magnus is showing us? We see you, but we can't see the slides.
Okay, sorry.
But we see you.
It worked yesterday. Yeah. Oh, now I got the, now my internet clicker is on also, so it should work. So just tell me when you have visuals.
Yeah, now we see you and your presentation.
Okay. And I'll just check. Okay, just checking that it works. Yeah, it seems to work. So now I can manage the pictures myself. Well, you all know this, that we need transformation. But what we say is that the school systems and society is not geared for this. We're sort of still stuck in old paradigms. And now it turned too quick. Sorry for this. And you all recognize Greta, and as a Swede, I'm very proud of her. As a youth, taking responsibility and putting politicians accountable for today's problem. What she also does is to say that you need to do something about it because you are the ones in charge. Unfortunately, the politicians are stuck in existing paradigms, and they're also gotten their power base from existing systems. And what they do is to change maybe policy, maybe change some words here and there, but they're not geared for action. And all of you at this conference know that entrepreneurship is all about action. It's not actually about writing about it. It's to make things happen. And that's what Greta is intending to do, but she also has the competence of taking action. And what she has done is to muster a lot of people around her who shares the same values and demanding change. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem to work, even though we have politicians saying that this is something that we're going to address. And she says, you're not acting fast enough. So, what she is also an evidence for is that we need an ethical awakening, because that's what she stands for. I guess it's the same in Estonia and a lot of other countries, that youth aren't satisfied with the current status, and they're also keen about changing the whole society towards more sustainability. And for myself, I can just say that my kids, they have been dragging me along. I'm not the forerunner. They are the forerunners. So I think the youth, or we think, Kaimar and I, that youth are really the key to this awakening. And it's also a need in society, because just focusing on material stuff is not enough. How can we become happy or prosper anyway if we just want more material things? I think that the ethical awakening is really important in what Greta stands for, and all youth, many youth stands for as well. So, I don't know about you at the conference, how many have heard about this, but there's a theoretical concept called the entrepreneurial self, and it was launched in the late 19th century. Nej, det är 1900-talet. Sorry about my Swinglish. Yes, well, 20, 30 years ago. And but it was mainly captured within the enterprise aspects of entrepreneuring. So the pictures you see here is more or less how we want to take this concept from helping some sort of a lone entrepreneur to make his or her dreams come true, to focus on how we together can do this, but where the entrepreneur self is more concerned about us than about him or herself. And that the competence should be a social transformative competence, changing society. And if you look back in entrepreneurial theory, that's not really something new. If you ask entrepreneurs, some have a drive for more financial gain, but many do have other ideas about what they want to achieve. And if you go to Elon Musk, for instance, and all his enterprise, what he says right now, he says that he wants to change the world for the better. So there are super entrepreneurs actually transforming society right now. And we can ask ourselves, what kind of competence do these people have? Not just starting a company, but also changing the world for something through businesses, but maybe gathering resources for something better. I jumped to picture. What we do have is nothing, it's a change in how we maybe teach entrepreneurship. And it's also been a change that's been going on previously, or traditional education in most circumstances, and where I think most students find is quite boring, is to read about things. It's about entrepreneurship. And it's very strange to read and be theoretical about such an action-oriented subject as entrepreneurship. So the move in all entrepreneurial education, as I know about, is to move in and through entrepreneurship. That you learn about entrepreneurship, about taking on challenges and working together with other people, actually doing things, and you also add the theoretical aspects for enhancing the knowledge advancement along with your competence advancement. So we are actually trying to do in this paper is to show that there's we need to refocus from the traditional about enterprise things, the box at the left-hand side, top left, down to the right-hand side, down right, and about having entrepreneurial education. And this could be for anyone, in any subject, more or less, as long as it addresses challenges for society. And that would really be an entrepreneurial education. Sorry, it goes quite quick here. It jumps. There are some pictures missing, it seems like. So I'll try to end this without the pictures. Sorry about this. So we're advocating that educators, but also companies and other societies change the way they think about entrepreneurship, but also education as a whole. Instead of dividing things into small parts with different purposes, we should focus on the challenges that we as a society are meeting right now. And through these challenges, we can actually educate ourselves. So you representing companies You could engage with schools, universities, and demand to be part of the different curricula or different courses, taking on your challenges and society challenges together with students. And together you will learn a lot more about how do we accomplish these things, where the students come with their youth, with hopefully some sort of ethical compass for the future, where they also can bring along other ideas on how to solve problems. And the same goes for public organizations. Instead of just giving away services or trying to offer them, actually go together with students and others, take on the challenges, and maybe reorganize this in different ways. The main thing is about entrepreneurship is not about starting enterprises for the individual gain. It's actually to make a change. And to me, that is a driver that I think a lot of youth would really welcome for being a head part of their curricula. So having the ability to change things and having an education that leads to this end, with this ethical idea of creating a better society, that is what education should be about. Hello, now Kaimar.
Sorry, I entered the right time zone finally. I'm really sorry, but you did a great job, Magnus.
I think I just ended our presentation, but maybe you wanted to add something.
Hello, Kaimar. Hello. Do you
Hello.
have anything to add?
No. You see, Magnus and I are better known as the bold and the beautiful, and he's not only facially more beautiful than me, but his mind is also much more beautiful. So you've got the best you could get. But if you have some more minutes, I don't know if is there time for comments or questions and answers. Maybe I could then address some of them.
Yeah, you take the answer. I mean, of course, I did the presentation, so now you do your work. That's good.
Exactly. You can go and get your cup of coffee, Magnus. Nice to see you anyway.
I have a question actually to Magnus. How much there is entrepreneurs in Sweden among population? I mean, the percentage, or can you say even? Do you know?
No.
Simple answer. We only know that there's a 4% of entrepreneurs among population.
But I can give another answer to that, because I think I've been researching public sector, and what I'm interested in are also entrepreneurs in current organizations. It depends on how you count that. So you can just do a measure and say that it's 4% are entrepreneurs. People have entrepreneurial abilities, and they put them to work in different contexts. And that is what Cameron and I address, that the more of this competence we have throughout society, the more changes we will see in organizations for the better.
And there is, of course, this paradoxical situation in relatively well-organized societies such as Sweden, that people do not feel a need for change, because it seems like everything is functioning quite well as it is. And I think that somehow even our systems might be sort of killing an entrepreneurial spirit, because everything is being handed to you ready and relatively well functioning. The only problem is that the functionality of it is really often superficial, because, as I know Magnus has been pointing out, there are these existential and ethical deficiencies that create a paradoxical situation of material well-being and psychological and existential non-well-being. And so I think one of the challenges in a society like Sweden is really to convince people that there is a need for transformative change. But as Magnus pointed out, I think the young people are now becoming much more aware of that.
And do you agree that your work also was talking about that the younger people and it's the idea is to become an entrepreneur to change the world, you know. But nowadays it's much more easier to think or do that because the whole markets are basically on 1 second away. So internet is helping us. So if we have an idea or product or service, it's much more easier to do. So it's to see the internet as a effect of boosting that, and we also we know that the main part of the globe is actually without internet. But when this happens, that what then? You can answer both.
Go ahead, Magnus.
No, I don't know. Well, of course, if you're starting enterprises, I think there's a really good chance when it comes to internet and you have the whole market. But at the same time, I see a problem with these huge global companies that can pick up good ideas throughout the world, and with their strength, economical and also organizational strength, they can outcompete anyone. And they can also put demands on small businesses to comply to their standards, for instance, Amazon. So it could be nice for starting an enterprise that is quite easy, but you will see that you're very circumscribed in what kind of business you can do, and maybe the main profit is taken by someone else.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I think that the main issue here is that of, and I'm sure that Margus has addressed it, that the need for a paradigm shift. Because within the given paradigm, yes, there are certain tools and modalities that might be profitable for you. But I think the essential question is how long and how far can we go within that paradigm of perpetual economic growth being our sort of main guiding principle. And I think this is what we are trying to challenge. And so for instance, the use of internet, rather than just thinking of how you can maximize your profits through internet, is that how can internet be used in order to create greater participation, greater justice in the world, to be able to tap on the potentialities of the world population in a way that we haven't yet been able to do. So see it as a tool and a means for transforming society rather than reproducing it by some individuals being able to make even greater profits. It's very interesting, you know, by the way, I'm sure that you're aware of it, that just recently it has come out in the news that whilst this corona pandemic has caused great economic devastation in many quarters and among, of course, the poorest people, the billionaires in the world have become just richer even during this time. And I think this sort of little picture also reveals the grave injustices and imbalances that make our current paradigm unsustainable and undesirable.
True. Do we have questions from the audience? We have time for one question. We have one question from first row. He has a microphone. No.
So thank you very much for your presentation. So my question is actually quite practical. So you mentioned that nowadays there is more need to this kind of things which help young entrepreneurs change the world, Elon Musk type of the schools. So my question is, what is your opinion? How many of current business schools, entrepreneurship schools, how many of them corresponds to this change the world type of definition?
Yeah.
So is it just a small fragment, or is it emerging trend, or how is it from your point of view?
Well, we haven't researched it, and it's maybe not just in the business schools. For instance, I came across a Danish project school called the Case Pilot, Kauspiloterna, in Copenhagen in the late 90s. And I'd say they had this kind of drive and curricula for this kind of competence. At least when it comes to Sweden and Scandinavia, I think it's growing, because if I go to entrepreneurial scholars, we sort of share these ideas that it can't just be for business, but it must be something else as well. If you go to United States, I actually don't know, but at least there are papers and texts about these things as well there. So depending on, well, your context is more or less pronounced. But the business schools some are progressive, but many are quite conservative. And I think it has to do with that companies are conservative on who they want to employ. And traditionally, people want to employ people like themselves. Even though they claim that they're innovative or entrepreneurial, they still employ the same people, the same background from the same schools as before. So that's the output we get from business schools. And they are not the most radical people that go there.
And of course, yeah, sorry. And of course, I think that what we are trying to suggest is that this sort of thinking should not only be introduced in business schools, but in the educational system altogether, starting from perhaps even preschool, but certainly the public school system. And I, being an educationalist myself, as you know, we have a sort of an unholy alliance here between an economist and an educationalist. But I've done some research among high school students in Sweden. And it's very interesting when you ask them why they're going to high school, because it's not actually legally compulsory in Sweden. They all give the same answer, and that is because they want to get good grades. And then you ask them, well, why do you want to have good grades in high school? Well, so that we can go on to university or college. And then you ask them, well, why do you want to go to college? Well, so that I can get a good degree. And why do you want to get a good degree? Yeah, so I can get a good job and a lot of money. So the prevalent mindset that schools and of course society at large seems to inculcate in the young people is that life is about having this sort of Scandinavian paradise of your own house, your own car, and then even your own little dog maybe. And so what we're talking here is about how we could introduce a pervasive sort of transformation in the educational system so that schools become places where the young generation can start visioning and learning about how to not to reproduce the existing system, not becoming a good cog in the existing machinery, but to actually transform society. And I think it's an interesting point in the case that Greta Thunberg, to whom Magnus has been referring, had to actually leave school to do the kind of things she was doing. And I think that our schools everywhere in the world are filled with potential Greta Thunbergs, but schools need to transform their curricula and their way of teaching so that more of these wonderful potentials in our schools would be realized, and that the youth could, as Magnus earlier pointed out, become really the spearhead for the global transformations we need.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Kaimar. Thank you, Margus. Can we have applause? If you guys see us, we have also gifts for you. We will send it to you by plane, I guess. So have a nice day, and thank you for sharing your time and knowledge with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for attending.
Thank you to the organizers for setting up this very inspiring and thought-provoking conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your nice words. And now, before we go ahead, there is a energy boost that we want to give you, and it's some kind of candy, I think, chocolate. But as you are boosting yourself, I'm going to introduce the next presenter, and she's also via internet, via media. Alexandra Peciorene is from Vilnius. Do we have? Yeah, hello, Alexandra. Hello, hello, we can't hear you. Alexandra is a doctor of social sciences and associate professor of business innovations department.
Do you hear me now?
We are now hearing you.
Do you hear me now?
Do you hear us?
Yes, it's nice to be with you and hear you as well. And I would like just to open my road for the presentation. And I would like to use advantage of being with you first of all before conducting my presentation, and would like to send you the best wishes and greetings on behalf of your institutional partner in Lithuania in the area of higher education, the Faculty of Business Management of Vilnius Collegia University of Applied Sciences. So we are really grateful that we are conducting the joint study program with your institution, and actually hope for further cooperation, not only in the academician area, but probably somehow in the area of conducting joint applied sciences. For example, in such practical area as consumer innovativeness. So I would like now to go further to my presentation actually. And okay, so and the topic of my presentation is the young Lithuanian consumers' innovativeness regarding innovative food products. What is important to stress, first of all, in order to succeed in the innovation-oriented globalizing food and drink market, Lithuanian food businesses are growing in need of better acknowledging of particular innovation food product or consumer segments, and especially such notably important in long-range business prospect as working age young people. So the purpose of this study is to explore the innovativeness of working age young Lithuanian food consumers towards innovative food products. And the research method used are just traditional. They deals with analysis of relevant international resources, questionnaire survey, statistical analysis, comparison, and generalization. Further, I would like to introduce you the main theoretical and the methodological background of the study, and I would like also to share you with the findings of the research. Researchers employ the concepts of consumer behavior in two meanings. And in the narrow sense, consumer behavior is actively related to the acquisition, consumption, and elimination of products, services, ideas, which include decision-making processes before and after the activity, and actually deals with active buyers. In the broad sense, consumer behavior is a science about when, why, how, and where consumer buy or not, and thus taking into account the meanings of the concept, and especially the latter one, and the need for businesses to understand the behavior of buying and not buying consumers of products affordable on the market in order to maintain existing and attract new consumers. This study explores as both buying innovative food products and not buying innovative food products, working age young Lithuanian food consumers. It can actually be reasonably argued that the concept of innovation has links as will innovative food product supply side, food businesses, or as well as with demand side, consumers of innovative food products. As well, in this study, the concept of innovation applies precisely to the consumers of innovation food products. And of course, already their previous presentations made little bit a short introduction into their innovativeness. And what can actually be stated? The concepts of consumer innovativeness still remains not yet well defined and structured by scholars. Nevertheless, one of them really should be stressed and pointed out. So this is this definition I would just like to introduce to you. Consumer innovativeness can be defined as the extent to which an individual is oriented to buy and use new and different products rather than to maintain previous consumption styles. So thus definition is comprised both the attitude toward a new product and the actual behavior of buying and innovation. And in this content, internationally, the scientists have developed a number of expedient scales in pursuance of measuring certain aspects of consumer innovativeness. In this study, two scales were applied from the point of view of the purposes of this study. First of them is domain-specific innovativeness scale, originally presented by Goldsmith and Hoffaker in 1991, and food neophobia scale originated, created by Leyrer and Hobden already in 1992. But both of them were modified for the purposes of this study, and I will later provide you results of the study using these two scales. Actually, talking about the target group, it should be pointed out the target group is of the study is young working age Lithuanian people in 16-29 age range. According to the data provided by the Lithuanian Department of Statistics, in 2019, this population officially amounted to 456.5 thousand. A non-probability convenience sampling method was used for the selection of respondents of the study. The data used were collected via online survey instrument. So the data collected during the survey were analyzed and visualized using Microsoft Excel, IBM SPSS statistics software. And sorry, it's somehow delay. I can, okay, sorry. The respondents of the survey were the full-time, part-time, and distance students in 18-29 age range enrolled in management, business, and marketing study directions at the business management faculty of Vilnius Collegia. The survey was conducted in February 2020, and the total number of collected and accepted questionnaires 122 units. Thus, applied confidence level of the sampling size is 95%, and the confidence interval of the actual sample size was stated at 8.87%. now I would like to go further and share with you some findings of the main findings of the study. First of all, it's natural to start with the statistics. So, what is known about the respondents of the study? So, the sample of 20 respondents was structured in such way: 68.9% of them were females and 31.1% males. And due to the above-mentioned sampling method used, the gender structure of the respondents actually mismatched structure of the target group stated for 2019. And it's possible just going further, I would like to point out as well some data collected about the respondents' behavior towards buying innovative food products. As you can see from the table, majority of females, or 54.8%, proclaim themselves as buying innovative food products, and only 28.9% of males stated that they practice buying of innovative food products. Thus, in overall, majority of respondents, or 53.3%, were evaluated as non-buying innovative food products. Considering the 8.87% confidence interval of the actual sample size, it cannot be concluded that overall majority of working-age young Lithuanian food consumers yet are not inclined toward buying innovative food products. In this content, the further study in more explicit form is in need. As well, I would like to go and provide you further and provide you results of the evaluation of the data regarding collected CIS analysis data. The distribution of individual disease scores are domain-specific, based on the used domain-specific innovation scale, stated that the range of scores varied from 6 to 30, and potential range of scores can be from 5 to 30. So the mean of the collected data is 14.4, median 13.5, mode 12. And after the conducting appropriate frequency analysis of the individual disease scores, the statistical histogram of the data provided also in front of you is positively skewed, and moreover, it has an insignificant asymmetry. So what can be stated further in relation to the analysis conducted of the provided data? The Cronbach's alpha coefficient of 0.874 confirms that the reliability of the disease data obtained in this study Also, just to figure out the number of respondents, those may be labeled as innovators in innovative food product consumption. The cutoff point of individual T-scores was calculated, and it was amounted to 24. How it was calculated? So the lowest score of the individual T's was deducted from the highest score, and the cut-off point calculated in the such way was used for the analysis, and thus it was found that 5.7% of respondents may be labeled as innovators in innovative food product consumption. And this figure is really lower than figures obtained in comparable studies, for example, in Brazil and in the United Kingdom. So in Brazil, the number of share of innovators in innovative food product consumption was 6.9 times higher than in Lithuania, and in the United Kingdom it was even 10.2 times higher than in Lithuania. Please take a look at the distribution of individual FNS scores of respondents. FNS is a food neophobia scale. So potentially this scale can, the scores of this scale can vary from 10 till 50. In this case of conducted study, the range of actual individual scores was from 11 to 47, with mean 25.5, median 26, and mode 27. Further frequency analysis conducted on the data allowed to stress that the FNS score statistical histogram is positively skewed, and it has as well insignificant asymmetry. And the Cronbach's alpha coefficient of 0.825 confirms as well reliability of the FNS data obtained in the study. I just would like to remind you that when we evaluate the Cronbach alpha coefficient, we just use the control level or the minimum acceptable level at 0.7. A cut-off point of individual FNS scores in this study amounted to 36. Again, it was calculated as a difference between the highest and the lowest scores. And this cut-off point allowed to evaluate the share of respondents. Those may be referred to innovation food product neophobes. So only 7.4% of respondents may be referred to innovation food product neophobes. And compared to the appropriate studies available in the resources, especially to such studies conducted in Brazil and in the United Kingdom. So this share is pretty much the same that in the both mentioned countries. So I can say, thus it can be pointed out that even considering 8.87% confidence interval of the actual sample size applied in this study, it can be argued that in overall young working age Lithuanian food consumers are non-neophobic. And at the minimum, not hostile concerning innovative food products. So taking into the mind the various sampling respondents reporting biases mentioned in my presentation and other limitation that deals with the conducted applied studies, further extended applied research is really prospective, and even I think that it could be done not only in the frame and only using the base of Lithuanian young population, and also it can be conducted in the frame of the young population of the Baltic states and in a bit different wider content. And at the moment I would like to thank you for the presentation, for your attention, and I will finish it and going to communicate with you online. So
thank you, Alexandra. Thank you.
Thank you once more for your attention.
Unfortunately, we don't have much time to ask questions because we have crashed a little bit timetable. One question. We have one question to ask.
Yeah.
I have one simple question, actually. Can you name EFPs, innovative food product?
Yes. So, yes. Innovative food products are just novel or improved food products. Those have some new features that you cannot find in the earliest. For example, you just can look at the nowadays improved types of even bread. When we are talking about food products that are suitable for our health, and we will be more healthy if companies will produce, for example, bread with less added salt or sugar and other conservants and so on.
Thank you once again. Applause, Alexandra. And we have a gift for you also.
So it was a big thank you a lot. It was a big pleasure to be with you. Hope all the best and stay safe and in touch.
Thank you for your nice words. Thank you. And now for the final scientific article present, we have a Karl here, Karl Richard Sachs, actually. He's here with us. Karl is a mining engineer of Eesti Energia Development Laboratory, and previously Karl has obtained Tallink master's degree on geotechnology, and he's actually doing his second master's degree now in financial solutions management in Entrepreneurship University of Applied Sciences. And Karl's topic is actually really important for whole Estonia, not only technology-wise, politically and etc. So, and most important, really important topic for Eastern Estonia. And you say the title yourself. I let you.
Okay. Yes.
The floor is yours.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you. So hello everyone. I'm Karl Richard, and my topic is automation and digitalization in Estonian underground oil shale mines, feasibility study of new technologies. To start with, let me explain about more oil shale industry. It starts in mines and ends up in oil and electric plants. And Estonia has already 100 years been in this industry, and to be sustainable in the future, the new innovative technologies are needed. I have gathered some information from last years. For example, here you see energy output of oil shale enterprises, which, by the way, in Estonia we have 4: Eesti Energia, Viru Keemia Grupp, Kiviõli Keemiatööstus, and Kunda Nordic Cement. As you see, the main products are oil and electricity. But as the share of renewable energy is increasing in last years, the share of electricity produced from oil shale is reducing. So the main purpose in the future is the oil. And how it all affects the mine is prices in the market, which are Nord Pool in electricity and crude oil in Brent oil crude market. Here I have outlaid some data from mining in past 5 years. In Estonia, it is average was somewhere 14 to 15 million tons of oil shale mined per year, and due to CO2 emission price growth, the demand is decreasing, and so the producing is also decreasing. And also, as we all know, COVID-19 has also very big stamp on mines. Due to COVID-19, for example, in Eesti Energia, Estonian mine was closed 2 times because some miners got this virus. Here is a quick overview how the oil shale mines are located. As it was mentioned already, it is in northeastern part of Estonia, called Ida-Virumaa. Here we have some mines that are already, how to say, empty, and mines that at the moment are working. Here is Ojamaa, Estonia mine, and Narva open cast mine. So yes, there are 2 types of mining. One is underground and the other is surface mining. And in this research, I focused on underground mining because our geological situation is that oil shale layer is going only deeper and deeper, and then there is no point to mine some 40 meters from the surface. And also from economical view, it's better to go underground. Here is the main method used at the moment in Estonian oil shale mines, which is called room and pillar mining. Here I outlined some processes which can be automatized and digitalized. To make a quick overview, here is supporting the roof, so the roof doesn't collapse. Here are blasting holes drilling, so we can extract the material from them from mine. And later on we have ventilation and haulage, which also as a transport material. And to go on, I made a research, and I found out that in the world there are 4 main manufacturers that provide their equipment for underground mines, which are Sandvik and Epiroc from Sweden, Caterpillar from USA, and Komatsu from Japan. Here you can see how big these corporations are. Also, they are not just focused on underground mines. They are also some building equipment providing. So yeah, that's revenue profit is like all from the whole corporate. And I will mention that Sandvik is the highest level of automation and digitalization of these corporates. And to start with Sandvik, Sandvik has two, technologies. First of all, it is AutoMine, where it's possible to remote control or even 100% automate the haulage and truck systems. For example, loader can, without operator, just gather the material and transport it to dumping place. And also another solution is Optimine, which is more in digitalization field. It has there is you see in the mine where something is situated, or the workers, vehicles and equipment, so you know everything in real time. To continue, then there is Epiroc. Epiroc has also different solutions. One is scoop tram automation total, which provides that loaders can be automated. Like in picture, you will see the operator is not sitting in the machine in the cab, but he's on the surface and just steering with the joystick the machine. Also there is Simba automation, which is for drilling machines that helps precisely to find out new holes where to drill. And last one is Mobilaris on board, which is similar as Sandvik's Optimine, which allows you to know where something is situated and helps you to, or assists you to produce more efficiently. Next is Caterpillar. Caterpillar is a company that is more focused on surface technology, but also in recent years have some, let's say, further steps in mines, in underground mines. And they have also MineStar, which is similar as the previous slide. Here are operators sitting behind the screens and operating all these loaders from the surface then again. And the last one is Komatsu. Their innovative, innovation hasn't been so high level at digitalization and automatization, but instead of they are producing such kind of equipment where it's like 3-in-1, so you can extract material and at the same time you can support roof and transport material. So which is, of course, it's a remote control has it. And to summarize, there are advantages and disadvantages. When the main advantages is safety. When you get out the miner from the mine, it's safe because in the mine there are hazardous environment. The roof may be collapsed, and also some emissions, gases, which are dangerous. Also productivity increase. It is mainly comes from the shift changes, because if operators are not going down underground and then when the working day is ending back up, they only change the seat. They go on the surface in their room and just sit down and start to work. Reduction operating costs, it's mainly from when you have one operator and he can remote control several machines, so you don't need an operator for all machines. Also, disabled people are available for working. Predictive maintenance. Also, it's more it's better to forecast when the machine needs some mechanical, how to say, remotes and that kind. And also real-time situation awareness, which relates to safety. We know where is something situated or someone situated. And also green power systems. All these manufacturers are already producing electrical transmission machines that doesn't have a CO2 or some other emissions, gases emissions. But while automation, digitalization have some positive sides, also have some negative. It can be labor reduction, because when one operator can work with similar machines, then we don't need operators for each machine. Also expensive investments, and especially in the mines that are at the moment are already working, there is necessary to build a new infrastructure, because the automatization and digitalization needs signal strength. And complicated and expensive trials, you need to take these operators from the underground cabs and to bring them on the surface. So they need to restudy everything, and it can be a little bit complicated. It depends, of course, of person. And the last one is mine hack, which is like hackers can hack in these systems and interrupt everything there in production. So conclusion is that today's technology, it is not flexible anymore, and to be competitive in the future market, we need to change, and also the mining needs to change. And I think that automatization and digitalization is a one way for that makes it more safe and also more cost efficient and flexible production. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Applause. So Nublu is saving the Eastern Europe, Eastern Estonian integration, and you are saving Eastern economy, yeah?
Yeah, well, I tried.
Two guys. Yeah, it's quite, I think, sensitive question, how much we invest into the mining economy in Eastern Estonia, and as you are focusing on the mining side, it is understandable that there is one way to change technology and invest into the digitalization, but how far is the process, or does Eesti Energia or somebody seriously considers to change the way of minings? And
thank you for the question. At the moment, yes, there are some works going on, researches how to make this, for example, loaders, for how to increase the automation level, so to get the operator out of there.
Do we have questions to Carl Richard? We have.
Actually, I have even two questions. So the first one is how many years of resources capacities Estonia has for the future?
It is said that there is about for next 50 years.
I've seen from your graph that these green technologies are not really overtaking the market yet, but they have potential. So what is your predictions and thoughts about it?
Well, I think that renewable energy in electricity market is increasing, because all this offshore wind farms or onshore, and also the solar panels, they are just increasing. And so also we know that producing electricity from oil shale, it is not so environmental friendly. Yes, we have made some solutions that made it better, but anyway, renewable energy for the electricity, I think it's the future for now. And mining will need to concentrate more the oil producing.
Thank you. Once again, applause to Carl Richards. It's a gift for you. Thank you. I have a nice master degree learning also in Mainor University.
Thank you.
In business. Yes, and now we have a time to stretch. We have half an hour break. Sorry, no, before we stretch, I asked Mait actually to have a conclusion, maybe 7 minutes then, to conclude what we actually just heard and how the science and entrepreneurship actually connects in real life. Can you be a little bit more here, not to... Mait's batteries are empty.
Only obstacles between coffee break, so I tried to be as quick as possible and don't waste your time much. But if to conclude today's afternoon session, then while we heard in the morning that in the morning session when we had a great opportunity to listen great guidelines from the practitioners, how to behave in the future, then actually these business challenges can be approached two different ways, either practically, as we heard in the morning, and theoretically. So this practical approach and theoretical approach are actually very closely tied to each other, with each other. So practical actually should rely on the theoretical and sometimes vice versa. Management as such and entrepreneurship as such are actually science, very practical science, as they both rely on real companies where they mostly draw the conclusions from. But coming to the afternoon's presentation, then we had 4 presentations and we had a chance to listen very much about the innovation, because all 4 were related to the innovation. First one and the last one were about digitalization. So the first one was focusing on Industry 4.0 and the last one to the digitalization of Estonian underground oil shale industry. So the first one was shared to acknowledge how good or bad companies are to carry out digital transformation, reaching Industry 4.0. And it turned out that it all depends the maturity level of the company, how mature they are to digitalize their business. And simultaneously, companies need to know all the critical factors, what could help them or need to be avoided for implementing Industry 4.0. And it turned out that Industry 4.0 is phenomenon which is still quite fuzzy and blurry because it's still suffering. It doesn't have a good definition yet, despite being a decades old phenomenon. And on the other hand, what I noticed that digitalization is even it's pretty much related to the robots and the technology. It's still majority of effort should still go to the human relations because it affects it even more than all these technological aspects. The last paper showed that was really a good example of the industry which is kind of stuck in the past because Estonian underground oil shale mining is the practices what they use is actually decades old, and now they are trying to do something to improve the situation, and it's very good that they have that initiative. So it's a really good example of today's presentation that how one industry can be stuck in the past. The third paper was about opening innovation about among youngsters in food industry in Lithuania, and the second paper was about entrepreneurial education from entrepreneurial self-perspective that is emphasizing transformational entrepreneurial selves. So if to look the second paper, then what was about the ethical awakening, then it was quite good perspective what they shared with us. That you should be really concerned where you send your kids to learn, that it's not anymore, perhaps the traditional entrepreneurial school is not anymore the right place where to go, but you need to look the school which is more oriented to the social interaction or attempt to change the world, Elon Musk type of the school. And a paper about Lithuanian food industry has also quite a good practical value for food producers, and actually the outcome was very controversial. So we saw that don't put much resources to the food R&D, or you need to find other ways to change the consumer behavior because young people, they are not interested in providing new foods. And, so it was quite a straightforward message to the Lithuanian food producers. So in sum, several industries from oil shale mines, food industry to education were covered. Empirics was from Nordic countries and Baltic countries. So from my point of view, it was a quite interesting set of approaches and findings. So thank you for all the presenters.
And now we have a stretch break, coffee break. Please be back. We have two really special keynote speakers. Marina Kaljurand from, I think, from Brussels, maybe she is, and Piret Mürk-Dubout will be here physically, so please be back. And then after we conclude the day, and who still has strength and power inside him or she, then we will have a walk also in the campus.
I'll let you blow my mind.
So, nice to see you all back. We are starting with our last, third session with 2 keynote speakers. But before we start to hear about what our keynote speakers have to say to us or want to say, we have a special thing, or special event or thing to you. And 15 minutes, I'm asking here Eve Arpo. She has prepared us something special.
Hello, everybody. My name is Eve Arpo, and I was invited here to have a fun activity with you, as the program says. So we're going to have an experience of laughter yoga together. And don't escape this room just yet, because I'm not a comedian, I'm not a clown, I'm not going to tell you any bad jokes that you feel obliged to laugh. We're going to explore laughter maybe from a different angle. You know, normally there is a joke, and then we laugh. So it's through the mind to the body. But we're going to put our bodies into laughter. And maybe the mind follows, maybe not. It's not important, because the body will get all the good benefits. Because when we laugh, you know, like really belly laughter in a way, or when our whole body is involved, then it's lots of oxygen that is getting into our bodies. Our brain works better, our blood circulation renews itself quickly, and all the good feeling hormones are being released. I mean, we all know how good it feels to laugh. Yesterday I was listening to the radio, and they said that it was a World Laughter Day yesterday. So I guess it's there to emphasize how good and important it is to laugh. But what they also said is that children laugh more than 30 times more every day than grown-up people. So I guess it's a good question to ask, like, why is it like this? When and why did we stop laughing? So I kindly invite you to go back in time when we came to this world. We didn't know what our name was. We didn't have a position. We didn't have status. We didn't have any degrees. We didn't have all the important projects we were involved. We have had all the time in the world. We were following joy. We were following pleasure. So I kindly invite you to take a name tag and put it aside for the next 15 minutes. And be curious, be involved, and let's see what happens. So please stand up, everybody. If you have high heels, I recommend taking your shoes off, just so that you would feel your feet on the ground. And we start, just bend your knees, feel your weight of your body, and we just shake. Shake your hands, shake your arms, shake your head, shake your shoulders. You've been sitting here since the morning. It feels good to refresh yourself a little bit. So laughter is sound, breath, and your body is all involved also, different places of your body. So continue shaking, and we take the sound ho, just ho, 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 ha, 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 he, 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 he. Okay, so there are all these kind of different sounds. I mean, everybody has their unique way of laughing. We don't go there. We go like search and taking this laughter apart. What is there? So place your hands on your lower belly, and we take the sound ho, like really deep down, kind of like this Santa Claus ho, you know, like ho. Now take your hands on your chest, on your heart, and we take ha. Now take your hands on your neck, on your throat, and we take he. And take your hands on top of your head with he. Okay, breathe in, stretch up, hold your breath, stretch, stretch, stretch. Maybe even on your tiptoes, stretch, stretch, hold your breath, and release down. So next what we have is like children do this kind of like, what's listening their inner sound. But we're gonna play now with these different sounds that we used. Just you can even close your eyes, don't care what other people are doing because they are doing the same thing. And just listen your laughter from inside. Play with ha, he, ho, he, ha, 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 ha. And listen from inside your own laughter. Okay, so now we continue. You know when you go to theater, you clap at the end and it feels so good because there are acupressure points on your palms. So every time you clap your hands, you activate those points. So we're gonna do ho, ho, ha, 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 ho, ho, ha, 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 ho, ho, ha, 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 ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. All right. So next, oh, it feels so good. You tilt your head to the left with this slight ha, 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 ha. And to the right, ho. And in front, he. And back, he. And now we're going to do the whole circle. Ha, he, ho, he. Like gradually change the sound and change the direction of your head. We do 2 head rolls like this. Breathe in, stretch up. Hold your breath, hold your breath, hold your breath. Stretch, 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 stretch a little bit more. And all right, so we're gonna finish this laughter session with a short active meditation. You can sit down on your seats. Don't lean on the back, sit a little bit like kind of like on the edge of the chair so that your spine is straight. And this meditation has hand position and a mantra. So in a way, this hand position is like symbolic. You put your palms together and right thumb on top of the left, and you stretch your arms parallel to the ground in front of you. So basically your hands and arms are extension of your heart. So it's like you're projecting into the future your heart desires and your heart. And the mantra is Ardas Pahi, and the mantra is there to help you to connect yourself with your heart. And it's a mantra for miracles to happen. So it's like really what you project, it's gonna happen. And we're gonna whistle this mantra while on this position. So I ask you to put the sound on. You go to this position, we start together and we finish also together. And you can close your eyes, keep your palms together, hands stretched in front of you. And then when mantra starts, we start whistling. Continue whistling. Stretch your arms to the front. Really jump to the unknown. You know, this conference is about how to be in changing times. Really jump to the future, jump from your heart, jump in the lightness, in happiness and peace. Jump to the other side from your heart. When you feel it gets difficult, just stretch more and listen to your own sound. Little bit more. Really jump from your heart into your future. And breathe in, hold the posture, hold the breath, and stretch more, jump from your heart into your beautiful future. Stretch, 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 hold your breath, stretch, project. And breathe out, keep your eyes closed, relax your arms on your lap, relax your position. Breathe in and out through your nose. Keep your eyes closed. Feel your heart, feel the space that you created in your body, in your heart. It's a good feeling. And next, inhale, open your eyes. All right, so thank you so much. We can clap.
Eve, Arpo, thank you. Yes, our next key speaker, Marina Kaljurand. Can we see her on the screen? Hello, Marina.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, hello. It's somehow really difficult to introduce you because you need so many words. You are you're right now a European Parliament member, but you are former Minister of Estonian Foreign Affairs. And then you have been ambassador, I think, tens and tens of countries all over the world. So your political professional and the public sector career has been really successful and long. And which I'm really glad to say, may I say a compliment to you. After laughing yoga, I'm really glad that next presenter is you, because among other features you have, you are the most positive politician I've known. So all the time, really, really positive, and I think it's really important future. And not all have this on their pockets. And today, Marina will talk about European digital agenda. And in February 2020, European Commission introduced a document which name was Shaping Europeans' Digital Future. Really, really important document. And Marina is now telling us how is with European digital agenda and a view from European Parliament. And Marina, the screen is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for your very kind introduction. And guys, I'm really sorry that I can't be with you because it seems that you have a lot of fun, especially with the last yoga session. I was able to participate in the last 5 minutes and I was doing everything that you were doing in the hall. Of course, my preference would have been to be with you today and to have an eye-to-eye contact, to have a discussion, to participate in a discussion. But yes, I'm in Brussels. I'm in the red zone, which means that whenever I come to Tallinn, I have to be in self-isolation. And more importantly, at the moment, we're in the plenary week of the European Parliament, which means that we have voting sessions, which means that our work is going at the moment on full speed. Yes, as I was introduced, I'm a member of Parliament since 2019, and it's interesting that in the European Parliament, I'm dealing with the topics that I had been dealing until then, besides foreign policy. Digital topics meaning cybersecurity, but also fundamental rights. So in the system of the European Parliament, I'm the member of the LIBE committee. LIBE, which is liberties, rights, but also migration, also security, also, for example, European e-services and terrorist content online. So these are the documents I'm working on. It was a new start. It was a new start for the European Parliament. It was a new start for the new von der Leyen Commission last year. So you referred to the document of the Shaping Europe's Digital Future that was proposed in February 2020. But until then, von der Leyen already had a couple of very ambitious documents, very ambitious speeches. She emphasized, besides digitalization, Green Deal, but we have to be very frank, COVID-19 crisis changed it a lot. It does not mean that the priorities disappeared. I would argue that the Green Deal and digitalization, they are still priorities for the existing Commission, but COVID-19 has added its touch and maybe has accelerated some of the movements, some of the policies within the European Commission and Parliament, and maybe others are not so priority at the time. So let's continue with digitalization. What I can predict today is that the autumn and next year will be very busy. So far, there have been political statements, but now we are at the stage where we need also political documents. We need legislation. And here I have to also clarify, maybe for those who are not familiar with the work of the European Parliament have co-legislative power together with Council. And I would argue that since Lisbon Treaty, European Parliament is not a rubber stamp anymore. European Parliament participates in negotiations, participates in legislative actions, so we have to be taken seriously, and we'll see how our cooperation with Council will continue during this legislative processes. So, of course, I'd like to share my view from Brussels, but as you know, I always keep Estonian interests in my mind. So, looking forward also to the discussion, hopefully we will have after my presentation. Yes, in February 2020, European Commission introduced a political document shaping Europe's digital future. And one of the goals of the strategy is to contribute towards a fair and competitive economy. Many European companies and SMEs in particular, when I talk about Estonia, then even micro SMEs in particular, have been slow at taking up digital solutions, which means that they have not benefited from the digital solutions as much as they could have, and they have missed opportunities to scale up. So when I look at the topics of digitalization, my main question is how to change it. Past months have been like no others. Earlier this year, we all witnessed how economies and businesses came to a complete stop. Borders were closed, single market was in coma, barriers were re-erected, and we are talking about the EU. The EU, which is built on the cornerstones of freedoms, freedom of movement, freedom of movement of goods and people, single market. I have been very critical towards Commission, and I think that Commission's initial response was slow, I didn't see Commission for the first, let's say, days after the crisis broke out in the middle of March. And the main principle that dominated the scene in Europe was everybody for himself. Yes, we had some opposite example. Yes, we saw some member states assisting the others, for example, shipping medical equipment to Italy, or German hospitals accepting some French and Italian patients. We saw many initiatives on the level of citizens. Here in Brussels, every day at 8 p.m., Belgians took their balconies and windows and applauded to their heroes. When I leave Brussels and fly to Estonia, I still see the sign in the airport where people are clapping, they are applauding to their heroes. So there were good results on the people-to-people contacts. There were some positive examples of member states' cooperation, but the general coordination and cooperation from the EU's officials was poor. Yes, the questions that we had then were on the edge of competency of member states and competency of the EU. As you all know, security, all kinds of security, being it economic security, being it political security, being it economics, being it health security, they fall under the competence of member states. And yes, I agree that EU has its hands tied on these topics, but still I'm critical that there was not enough coordination, there was not enough cooperation, and the Commission was not able to enforce the Schengen system and was not able to letting single market fall into coma. There were also some missteps taken by the European Commission at the beginning of the crisis. For example, the leak of an outline of 2 trillion euros economic revival plan before national leaders had even seen it. So I would argue that the crucial decision was taken by France and Germany to empower Commission financially. And as you know, the Next Generation EU Recovery Plan foresees 750 billion euros to boost the EU's recovery with an ambitious 20% target for digital spending. 20% target for digital spending. I repeat it. But in the end, it's in the hands of member states. Brussels will not come to Tallinn, to Tartu, to Pärnu. These decisions, how and where we spend, will be very much made by Estonian businesses, by Estonian government. So here I would urge all of us to be very careful in following what will be the political decisions on how those billions will be spent in our country. In the State of the Union speech that Ursula von der Leyen had a couple of weeks ago, she gave a roadmap towards stronger Europe. But in the very center of the roadmap, we find what can only be described as the backbone of the EU's economy, SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises. In Europe, there are about 25 million small and medium-sized enterprises. They employ around 100 million people. They account for more than half of Europe's GDP. And I would argue that they play a key role in adding value in every sector of economy. The SME strategy was also published by the European Commission in March 2020, and it reflects the important role. But as in other fields with the outbreak of COVID-19, the context, understanding, and focus have slightly shifted. But one can still conclude that to get over this crisis successfully, we need SMEs at the heart of our recovery. Some concrete steps have been taken already, like 1 billion euros loan from the EU budget on a program called Escalar, which is a pilot to trigger up to 1.2 billion euros of additional investment to help companies to grow and expand in Europe. For us, in Estonia, these are cosmic amounts of money, and promise not to kill you with the numbers. But this is just to give an example how important from the political point and from the Commission's point SMEs are. There are still a lot that remains to be done. For example, the new strategy for intellectual property, which will also be presented later this year, will have a strong focus on SMEs. The strong focus being to make easier, cheaper, and more effective for SMEs to protect their creativity. More attention is going to be paid on SMEs that operate across borders and also on high-tech SMEs and startups. Their ambition is very clear: to make Europe the best place to start a business and to grow. What we're hearing here in Brussels is that Europe is losing its leverage to the United States. Yes, we are proud of having per capita big number of SMEs and startups, but once the startups start growing, they leave Europe. Because we are known for regulating, we are known for over-regulating, but we are also known for huge European bureaucracy. So what I'm looking for in these plans is to try to find the right balance, not to over-regulate and not to be too protective, to let the SMEs, to let the startups, including IT startups, to grow, develop, and expand within the Europe. The Digital Action Plan has also a strong SME focus. Because as the Flash Eurobarometer on SMEs, which was published just a few weeks ago, confirmed, more than half, to be precise, 62% of SMEs are facing barriers to digitalization, and 70% are struggling to become more sustainable. So the goal of the action plan is to double the share of SMEs using advanced cloud services and big data by 2025, in principle, in 5 years. SMEs should get help in using key technologies like big data, cloud, blockchain, or AI. Member states could use their funding to implement and expand the single digital gateway, which will serve as a one-stop shop for information on doing businesses in other member states. I know that I'm telling it also to the Estonian public, but not only Estonian public. So what I also have discovered here in Brussels is that many things that seem so natural for us, many things with which we have lived now for almost 30 years are new and something completely new to many other member states and to Euro bureaucrats, to the people. I'm not saying it in a bad sense of the word. No, absolutely no. I respect Euro bureaucrats. They're doing tremendous job. They're doing good job. But for those who have maybe not lived in the digital surrounding or who have not been able to enjoy the positive sides of online e-services. For them, it's difficult to understand and difficult to write laws, difficult to legislate and difficult to implement. So that's why when I'm talking about the digital single gateway, one-stop shop on the level of the EU, it is a big thing. This gateway could use, SMEs could also use to provide support and receive support from member states through the network of digital innovation hubs. So legally and theoretically, the real things are in place or they're going to be introduced in the near future. The next question is, how much SMEs will know about them, how much they will be able to use them, take advantage of them, and be able to reach out to them. One other priorities of the von der Leyen Commission is the digital plan. Shortly after she was appointed, Commission introduced a series of proposals, which included approach to data, artificial intelligence, and platform regulation over the next 5 years and beyond. I know it sounds ridiculous or it sounds tragic, but COVID-19 crisis has hit us all, but it has also demonstrated in black and white the central role that the digital technologies can play in not only in our economy, but in our daily lives. Again, coming from Estonia, we saw how our country went online. We might not be happy with that. We might not be happy with lectures being suspended or moving online, with schools going digital, but we have to admit that the fact that we have these options, this is a big thing. But now what we need to accelerate Europe's digital transformation. What COVID also showed that not all countries were prepared, not all countries were ready. I can tell you from the experience of the European Parliament. For first 10, 11 days, we were doing nothing. It wasn't tragical because we are legislators, so which means that as soon as the Commission was ready to act, European Parliament had to step in, and then we were ready to do it. But today, more than 6 months later, we still have a hybrid system of faxing, of printing, of voting, which is far from the voting we are used to in Estonia. So the digital transformation goes also for the EU institutions to make them more flexible during difficult times and introduce digital topics. When I came to Parliament, I raised the question of digital signature. And today, how many now, almost 14 months later, we are close to introducing digital signature in the European Parliament, but a lot also can be done in the institutions. In the same State of the Union speech, Ursula von der Leyen warned that if Europe is not ready to lead digitalization, we will follow others. And we will follow those who are setting standards for us, and we will be following standards of others. And as I said, she also introduced a couple of key priorities. First, on data. The focus is going to be on industrial data, on industrial side. We will talk about personal data, then look what's happening in real life. We have lost that battle to Facebook, to Google, to Twitter, to those big platforms. So what was her message? Let's not lose industrial data to others. Let's make it work for our companies, for our SMEs, for our startups, and for our researchers. The fact is that the amount of industrial data in the world will quadruple in the next 5 years. And so will, of course, the opportunities that come with it. And today we can also say that roughly 80% of industrial data is collected but never used. I understand it's difficult, I understand it's complicated. I do not come from industry, I do not come from private sector, so I understand that there are questions concerning businesses that are not so easily solved. Exchange of data, how to exchange data, how to do it securely, how to do it in a way that nobody's business interests are being harmed. I understand there are lots of questions. But the fact that we're talking about putting industrial data to work for our economy, work for our private sector, I think it's a right and good thing. It would also help to support innovative ecosystems in which, for example, universities, companies, and researchers can not only access data, but also collaborate. Secondly, there is a clear ambition to strengthen the digital services market. And we are expecting the Digital Services Act to be introduced by the end of this year, which will clarify and complement and maybe even in some parts substitute the existing e-commerce directive. I've been working on the Digital Services Act from the perspective of the Leyrer Fundamental Rights Committee, which means the rights of individuals, the rights of consumers, but also the rights and responsibilities of platforms, of content control, AI being used for advertising, and so on and so on and so on. My colleagues from the Legal Committee, my colleagues from Internal Market Committee are also working on this act. So it will be comprehensive, covering not only business questions, but also questions related, as I said, to, for example, to fundamental rights or other legal questions. And third priority is better connectivity and stronger networks. Again, COVID assisted in the sense that COVID-19 made it very clear that teleworking has its benefits, that e-learning and digital services have the benefits, but we still see that approximately 40% of people in rural areas do not have access to fast broadband connections. During the lockdown, I was in Hiiumaa. So people who've been in Hiiumaa, you know, I was on the Kõpu poolsaar, Kõpu Peninsula, and I was having real problems with internet connection. So although I'm proud that Estonia is so connected, what do we say? We say 99.9, yeah? But today we're talking about 5G. Today we're talking about a quick, speedy, safe, and secure connection. Because in principle, this is absolutely unacceptable that we have digital divide. We need Europe-wide approach to connectivity, and we need digital infrastructure deployment. Connectiveness also needs to be secure. So that's why by the end of 2020, Commission will also complete the review of the Network and Information System Directive and adopt a new cybersecurity strategy. Also propose ideas for a joint cyber unit. We see that globally, cybersecurity is being discussed, but approaches by different states are different. I've been working for the United Nations for many years, and I see that we all say same things: open, free, accessible, affordable, secure internet. But we mean differently. We all say that we need, for example, multi-stakeholder approach. We need inclusiveness not only from the government side, but private sector, IT sector, academia. But in practical terms, we're not cooperating. So here I believe that EU can be a standard-setting institution. We have excellent experience with global standard setting, which is GDPR, protection of data of European citizens and residents. If you remember, it was so much criticized, including by the big platforms like Facebook. But today, more and more countries, also on the other side of the ocean, in the United States, companies are asking legislation of the same kind to be introduced federally, but also in their states. So when we talk about online services, I see that here EU can also be a standard, global standard setter. Although I understand that online standards or cyber standards, standards for online services are much more complicated. We are used to having EC standards on the physical things that we buy. But how to check the standards or how to introduce the standards for online services, which consist of different components. And here we have also the political point. The political point, for example, 5G and Huawei, we're discussing globally, we're discussing in the EU, and we're discussing also in Estonia. Another question which is being raised in the context of digitalization is the dependency on third countries. I think also the COVID crisis showed how much we are dependent on third countries, for example, with the same facial masks or medications. So the question of how far should EU go with economic and digital sovereignty is extremely topical today. We have to have some sovereignty. We have to be able to be self-sufficient and sustainable. But how to find the right balance and not to become centers of protectionism, not to cut ourselves away, our countries away from global markets? That's an important question. Artificial intelligence at the center of discussions at the moment in Europe and the European Parliament. We have agreed that artificial intelligence has to be human-centered. We have agreed that ethical principles of artificial intelligence have to be fulfilled, but now it's time to go further. The growing number of industrial data our society produces will foster the development of artificial intelligence tools even further. And we all know that it can contribute to new health, mobility, environmental policies, which also means with significant job creation potential. And another topic which is very closest to my heart is e-identity. I have to say that whenever I mentioned e-identity here in Brussels, it receives lots of emotions, because for many Europeans, having digital identity means being spied by the governments, being spied by their states. For me, I can't see that we can develop online services if we do not have digital ID. For me, it's very simple. The way that we are identified in real world, for example, when we go to the bank, we have to be also identified when dealing with online services and digital services. But as I said, it raises lots of questions. So politically, we're saying right statements. Commission is committed to develop secure European identity. So let's see how it's going to work. And to conclude, the ambitions are high. The political statements are good. Now the question is, where are the finances? How is it going to be able to fulfill all these ideas, all these principles via, where do we get money to fulfill everything we're looking at? As you know, the recovery plan, it was a plan adopted by Council. But when we talk about the EU's MFF, long-term financial framework, EU's budget for 2021 until 2027, then here Parliament has equal say with Council. And what do we see? The last meeting of Council cut budget on almost all the lines, starting with, I don't know, Erasmus Plus, environmental projects, other projects. So although we see that ambitions, we're saying right things, where is going to be financial side? What countries and states and governments and council are very skeptical about our own new resources, which in plain text means we have to introduce new taxes. Plastic tax was introduced recently, that at least it was agreed on the council level, but now we have to continue. We have to start talking finally about digital taxation. Introducing taxes, all Europe taxes, to digital companies, digital platforms like Facebook, like Google, like Twitter, who are today avoiding taxation in the member states where they are active. So they should be also taxed according to their activities in member states. And as long as we do not have all European or all Europe approach, it's almost impossible to tax them fairly. So I would say that one of the topical questions will be introducing new taxes and finding new resources for this ambitious plan. I'll stop here, and I hope that maybe we'll have some time also for exchanges. Thank you.
Marina. Wasn't exactly the ending that we were looking for, new taxes and etc., but we're still positive. We're still positive. Do we have questions from the audience? I think we have time for one question. To Marina? No?
But until we're waiting for the question, let me clarify on taxation. Taxation is the right and topic for member states. No question about that. Member states are determining their taxation policies. It has been like that. It will continue like that. Brussels will never come to Estonia to dictate to us what should be our social taxes or other taxes. But besides, if we want to be competitive on the EU level, then on the EU level, we have to start talking about taxation. And if you remember, during the European Parliament campaign, I was saying the digital tax will come. And it will come. It's a matter of time. There are also other the European taxes. For example, we should discuss carbon emission tax, carbon trade tax on the borders. So there are taxes where member states alone can't introduce them. We have to do it together. So I'm not calling for changing the Estonian taxation policy. Absolutely no. But what I'm calling for is let's look together on the European level what we can do there together to benefit to all of us, to all of our people, to all of our economies.
We have one question from the audience, yeah? I have microphone, yeah. But just for a comment, of course, if we want to digitalize Europe, then we need a finance, and then because my main goal is how to reach to every people, even in Hiiumaa. So it's not a document on the table, it's actually how we reach into every people. But we have a question.
Yes. Hello, Marina. Do you hear
Hi.
me? Hello.
Yes. Yeah.
My name is Katrin Sulg and I'm representing Mainor aktsiaselts, who is a developer of Ülemiste City. And my question is about money. We are very keen to organize here in Ülemiste City international projects and also apply for the money. You mentioned also this Erasmus projects. We are kind of talking about the coronavirus and thinking about the money. We are kind of much afraid that all the money in Europe goes to take care of the coronavirus, but can you reflect from the Brussels that are there still available money for international projects to apply next year? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I'm not going into the numbers. I do not know it by heart, but I can say that in principle, yes, COVID has changed the plans. But COVID has not changed the plan that digitalization, for example, has to be priority, that Green Deal has to be priority. So these priorities, they stay as they were. I would argue that today we have even more money, at least for the next couple of years, with the recovery fund, 750 billion euros. And Estonia has its proportionate part of it. Now it's up to our government to see how we're going to distribute it. There are not going to be new schemes. It still be AIS, it still be Credex, it still be the same Erasmus, it still be the same programs via which we have received and distributed EU's money before. So it's very much in our own hands. But as to cutting the programs, the cut did not come from Commission. The cut did not come from Parliament. The cut came from the governments, the meeting of the leaders of states and governments. So my advice would be to go to Jüri Ratas. He's representing us at those meetings. And to explain to him how important it is to have no cuts for Erasmus and others. From the Parliament side, guys, I can say I will be standing for you until as long as I can. And I'm not only speaking on behalf of myself, Marina Kaljurand, I can also speak on behalf of the second largest group in the European Parliament, Socialists and Democrats. For us, all the topics that I discussed, digitalization, environment, young people, youth, exchange programs, employment, social benefits, for us they are important. Those are important, but we need the other party. We need the council. We need the governments to start talking to us seriously and to start taking us seriously.
Ladies and gentlemen, Marina Kaljurand. Marina, we have a gift for you also. I don't know if we send it to Brussels or this will be waiting you when you come back to Estonia, hopefully soon. And as I mentioned...
Thank you guys. It was such a pleasure, and I wish you all the best discussions and hope to see you one day live face to face. And if you happen to be in Brussels, give me a call. Take care and stay safe. Thank you. Bye.
You see, I told she's the most positive politician in the Estonia. So Marina, Kaljurand, once again, thank you. Now we will proceed with our final keynote speech, Piret Mürk-Dubout. She's right now working in Tallink Grupp and management board, responsible of marketing and sales. Before that, she was working on our neighbor plot airport, and she was leading Tallinn airport. And also before that, she was working on Telia in Sweden in many positions. So a lot of knowledge and experience. And today, Piret have come here to talk Mission Impossible, which is planning the future of tourism in 2020. So good luck with your Mission Impossible. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm today here just to share some of the experience, what we have gone through from the area, from the business sector, that have turned to be into the turbulent battleground. So this is the tourism and transportation sector. And just if we move on, do I have a clicker or something to move on to the impossible? Then just a couple of words. What is the company I'm representing? Just giving you some hints. Tallink Grupp is a European leader on the short-term cruise operations for travelers and for cargo operations. And of course, we are also operating the hotels in Estonia and in Latvia. We have a fleet of 15 vessels, 4 hotels, as I mentioned, and also historically, we've been operating the 7 ferry routes. Just before the crisis, and now everything is before the crisis, we were hoping actually in 2019 to reach the 1 billion revenue, 10 million passenger levels, operating on 1.5 billion asset-based, and of course, hoping to have the 3 million loyal customer base in our Club One program across our footprint. We are operating in 6 countries, Germany, Sweden, Finland, Russia, Latvia, Estonia. And of course, we do have the passengers from all over the world. So all the listed countries in UN are also in our customer base by the passengers. We are operating under 2 corporate brands, Tallink and Silja Line. And we are listed in Tallinn and in Helsinki stock exchange. So in our business model, we have 6 different business areas. We have overnight cruises, passenger transportation, as I mentioned, shuttle service between Estonia and Finland. Also onboard tax-free shopping, travel retail shopping, onboard catering, many different catering concepts from the fast food, street food into the fine dining, delicious menus, hotel and travel packages, and then the cargo transportation. And what might be of interest is that actually we are not earning our revenue on the ticket sales mostly. It's only 1/4 of our business. But most of our turnovers and actually coming from the catering and from the accommodation on the sea. And of course, there is a 13% on the cargo business, as we are in the hybrid business, so-called. Our vessels are both operating for the passengers and for the cargo units. And then why it is so high, the proportion? We were holding the global travel retail position number 12 in the world via the Tallink Grupp after Seoul, Dubai, Singapore, Hong Kong, and just Frankfurt main airport were kind of before us, holding the position number 11. And looking at our ferry operator markets globally, we are holding the position number 4 via the cross-tons, then via the accommodation on the sea, the first position, and by the revenue, the 3rd position. And of course, our business model has a lot of seasonality. It has always had a lot of seasonality. We mostly earn, like the small city in Estonia like Pärnu, you earn the money and then you burn the money, during the winter. And of course, then you can see the picture here. Then it all started, 13th of March, the unwanted guest, Corona. What it actually meant for us was that within 4 days, all our fleet was stopped within 4 times 24 hours. And that was the business volume we were actually running. And then it started like overnight, the biggest peacetime rescue operation, saving Estonians, Latvians from Germany, from Europe, coming back home, securing the cargo lines as the Poland was closing the borders, and setting up the business cargo line between Sassnitz harbor in Germany and Estonia and Latvia. And of course, it was at first, I admit also, like I heard Marina Kaljurand was doing, there was no European Union, any reaction. There was no Schengen existing anymore. It was all really country-based decisions. Nobody actually knew. I remember myself, on the 3rd evening in my kitchen, I was thinking, it is temporarily. It is just maybe a couple of weeks, we operate again. And you have a lot of salesmen who want to get to the sea. That is the biggest punishment for the salesman, to be on land. And how to operate, what is the future actually? And then this was the March 2019. It seems quite a dull picture, but actually it is the happiness on the ship owners, because the ships are on the sea, earning money, serving customers, making business. And that was the picture, emotionally beautiful, isn't it? Everybody was sharing that in the social media, but we were crying, because that stopped the business. Totally. And just putting it in the context, April is not the top season, but we were having like 800,000 passengers monthly. And then a year later, 30,000 just on those rescue operations and some cargo lines. So it meant actually 98% of the business volume suddenly down. And 2 months later, it was 14th of July, the fleet was fully operating again. But as I mentioned before, we had historically 7 different ferry lines, but it was a totally new ferry lines. Nobody were expecting to have product from Helsinki to Saaremaa, from Stockholm to Visby, from Turku to Tallinn. So what we did meanwhile was that taking the business risks. Do anybody travel again? Can we have the regulations between the different governments and health care authorities kind of aligned up to start the business? But what we studied out of the crisis was that just make decisions. As soon as we were able to operate again, we were able within these 2 months to restructure the whole operations. Ferry lines are normally a quite long-term business. Normally it took us 3-4 months to set up a new product, a new ferry line, because you need to agree with the ports, you need to agree on the routes, so that in the small archipelago, some 2 ships are not, still passing on. You need to have your sales systems up. What we did, and what was a real good Olympic game training for us, we normally did it 3-4 months. Now we are able to set up the route within 24 hours. So just it meant the total cooperation from the system side, from the different partner sides. So that what we thought that just you need to act. There is nowhere to hope. You hear a lot that tourism sector is kind of yawning, but I want to be really positive. There is a future. This industry is going to change. Nobody knows really the services. I must tell you that we had no clue what is the safety regulation on the vessels, on the healthcare, because all different. I had Finnish, Swedish, Latvian, Estonian, some sort of regulation, but the ships unfortunately connect two countries, so you need to admit something. There needs to be some regulation on the ships that is satisfying both of those regulators. So we started all over. How to serve the food. There is a buffet. on the board. So we couldn't give the self-service for the passengers. How many service people do we need? So we trained ourselves to go through, to be the nasty customers. How fast can we serve? What can we serve? How can we package? Is the same kind of feeling now having the buffet when everything is packaged? I cannot see the food. I cannot smell the food. You know, I'm looking that. So we trained to have the gloves, you know, then can we use the gloves to serve the food, you know, so that the passengers are using the gloves? And, you know, we keep the distance. How looks the children's services on board? No ballsy anymore, you know, kind of those playgrounds. What is the new way? No karaoke. How to say to customers there is no karaoke? So we turn into the concert business. So we were trying to trick every borders and screens and, you know, to look at the customer journey. How can we avoid the people to get off the ship and on the ship and making a big groups? You know, it's natural. I know that the harbor is there. I cannot close the curtains. So everybody is stepping at the door. How to design those kind of services, and that's what we all went through. And now we test. We tested with 7 new routes. We never expected. It was successful. Within 2 months in August, we reached back almost 50% of our business level. Now, where we are now, it's standing again. 50% of our ships are standing again. So if I just describe our life in one picture, it has been this. And to the extreme, I must tell, we were having a constant dialogue with different governments. For example, in Latvia, as Latvia was together with Vatican, the only 2 countries you were able to somehow, the secret places where you were able to travel. And we knew that our ship is departing from Finland, from Helsinki at 4 o'clock. We tried to get the decision that, okay, can we still go there? Because we have 1,800 passengers on board. And at 40 minutes later, the decision came, the ship was on the sea. And you can just imagine actually the amount of that untrustfulness the passengers are looking at you. Because they say, you knew that. We swear, we didn't know that. And then, of course, how to satisfy, how to negotiate, can those people still safely go and visit the Riga and then come back? We brought everybody healthy back. I must say, that ship was still there, but we had many times when we didn't really know in the morning what to do in the evening. We are heavily downsizing our organization. We are reviewing all our different processes. And just a couple of, when the crisis is happening, actually there is not enough communication, never. That is the first learning point. There is not enough data, because even when in the old-time management, you know, leadership, you were delegating. You had a lot of business responsiveness, delegations, business silos, but suddenly you need very fast a lot of data. What is the amount of the food in the freezers are going to get bad? What is actually amount of the people who needed to be in the shifts? You know, you have normally the sea workers are 2 weeks on the sea, 2 weeks on the land, 2 weeks on the land. How could you reschedule and renegotiate with 4 different trade unions? How do we exploit the people in the future? You know, what is the normal workshop? What is there for the future? How do you secure for your people who are asking the date and the time when the nightmare is over? And then how do you look at all your 8,000 partners who all are your suppliers, your laundry people, your cleaning people, all of those, there is a value chain that is all dropping, and it's dropping fast. So what we did, it's really reviewing in every piece of our operating model. And why I call it extreme? This is the McKinsey slide, where you can see that actually it was, we have had those bird flu and SARS, and you know, we have had different crises, but it has never really impacted our connectivity and movement so hard as this one. The global Earth just stopped in the way. And now it is the question that will it and how it will move again, how the people will move again. So what we are actually hoping for is that we need to be ready in this transportation sector for the very short-term business planning, because people are also deciding to take the aircraft or the ferry in the morning, not before. How do you actually do the pre-sales, securing your cost and capex, into the business? That is one way. How could we survive with a totally different capacity load? Because we are not filling up our ships now 100%. We are keeping voluntarily to have the 50% of volume because people need space. People need distancing. People need safety and security. How to be flexible now, and I'm really hoping that the European Union is somehow agreeing on the data, how do we move in between European Union countries? Because right now the biggest obstacle is that people don't know what kind of documents do they need. What about this self-isolation? What about the negative tests? How often do I need to take them? Who is paying for those tests? How they are taken, how the data is moving. And we were talking about the GDPR. I'm a bit ironic here, because if you want to go to the Scotland right now to the pub to have a glass of beer, you are filling up this paper with all your detailed personal data, and you have no clue where this paper goes. and we are all doing that now for our everyday living. When you visit whatever places, you need to fill up the data. So that is now a bit controversially. How do we look the future? But so the flexibility needs to be there. Then responsiveness to the market and demand changes. We have measured our customer demand drivers in every market, in every segment, and we don't know. We just hear that people would like to be safe when they travel. What is this extreme level of the safety we need to secure? And how do we certify this kind of safety? How do we prove it's there? And then, of course, it's the speed of delivery to market with new products. Just a couple of examples. If the vessels were standing still, of course we needed to do something. We set up a grocery store with 2 days and nights. So there was a food on the ships. We just needed to help out. There was a taxis with no work. So we utilized the Tallink taxi company into the transfer business like Wolt and Bolt. So we just tried to do whatever we do. Right now, I'm also calling you to the floating department store. That's what we do with our ships right now, who are standing still in Tallink harbor. And if I'm just asking you, what you think is the most successful product currently? Visiting the captain. We are selling it out, visiting the captain bridge. And that is the first product that we are really selling well. And then we are having the first day is sold out. We double-sized our e-commerce business in all our footprint, in all the businesses. Negotiated really fast with the travel industry to have the rights for the e-commerce for all our products in the stocks in Sweden, in Finland, in Latvia, Lithuania. And then I said that really we were having every morning, look at the Google map, where is the harbor we can go? Look at the data, local data. And so there was, for example, the Tallink Silja travel to Högakusten, domestic travel. There is an amount of the nationalism in the market right now. So the Swedes feel the most safe if there are only Swedes on the boat. And then it was very successful. Then the Saaremaa, we just visited the deep harbor in Saaremaa. We hope to do that again. And now probably we are looking for the future, the combination of our historic routes and a lot of new products. Then we are listed company, as I said. We need to have reliable data for the investors, what we do. I think that our team right now has not a one crystal ball. We need to have a lot, a huge amount of, and looking around the world, what others do, just looking at the aviation, my former area I worked with, They are saying that it's going to take like 3-4 years to totally recover. We haven't seen the consolidations yet. We don't know. We can survive having a half a capacity in the ferries. Can airlines survive when they have the 50% of the capacity and fill rate for the aircraft? I don't know. Airlines aircraft design is taking at least 5 to 10 years to change, for example, the seating, the filters, the systems in the aircraft. It is the same with ferry lines. You know, we are cutting extremely the cost. We are reviewing and redoing all the processes. At the same time, when there is still the cargo business, we were purchasing the new cargo ship, Sailor. It seems insane to purchase something at the same time, but financially it really makes sense. We are building the new ship because this is the long 6-year, 7-year project. And that is the only way. So it's kind of living in different planets, but there is still going on the hope for the future. And if this picture is there, you know, it seems again beautiful, and maybe only the airports could earn a bit of the parking fee. But actually, it is a saddest picture for the travel and transportation. And I'm a firm believer that an open economy needs connectivity, needs ferries, needs trains, needs aircrafts in order to mitigate, to have the volume, economic volume of the relationships. So it will have impact. And I really hope that Estonia is not turning, and this region is not turning into the remote peripheral area. Because for investors, if you say somebody that, you know, you need to travel there for 2.5 days and you need to travel back there for 2.5 days, it's not an investment area. So I really hope that we do the wise decisions. We negotiate the European Commission to get the data, how do we secure the traveling in a common way? How there is the health data collected and spreaded in the common way. We were not even able to make one application as this Estonian hoia.ee across the European Union. Actually, every country had their own applications. It's not so difficult to do. But what we hope for, of course, we communicate with our customers. We keep in touch. And what they tell us is that almost 81 to 93% of the customers still say that they consider traveling, and they also definitely consider traveling. That provides us the hope. And I believe that we've been living in the open world so long. We have different relationships, international families, relatives, friends, that it will come back, but it will come back differently. And we are preparing all our services for this. This is the same slide for Estonia and Latvia. And what we hope for, that actually why we have the license to survive, is that probably there will be more local travel, short-term travel, because you can always return more fast. Yes, we will review all our business travel, because the business travel will be replaced halfly with virtual, you know, kind of possibilities like we are having today. Then how to cope with a last-minute plannings, how the whole organization, your systems, your processes, your partners, how to cope that. And we are really, really looking for the digitalization, everything. Could we have the contactless travel so that you don't touch anything besides your bed and the food with your mouth? So could it be like that everything goes via the applications on remote? We are really working on that, but it seems a lot of technical innovations, because even the doors need to be opened, you know, in the cabinets and all that. And then could people cope with remote shopping, so that even you are walking and then whatever you wanted or touched will be the bag in somewhere, you know, in the harbor, in the box or somewhere else. So we are really reviewing every little service how we can for the future of the traveling. And then I think this describes very much, listen to your customers, but we all know who we work in the sales and marketing that if we only listen to the customers, then Ford would never make the car. Yes, it would be just more speed horses in the world. So you need to have innovation mixed. You need to have your own risk-taking and beliefs into the future. That's what we are doing. We are hoping that the business comes back. We need to review all our service. Maybe there is more wellness and health on the board. Maybe there is something else on the board. So it's not going to be the classical cruise and transportation anymore. How we are using the spaces, how we are using the different materials on board, how we are tracking. Now, I must say that we don't have operational blocks, medical operational blocks on board, but we have a real medical staff in each and every ship. We have the isolation area. We are able to track everything. We are having the contracts and partners to clean the ship within a couple of hours, totally. So in every harbor we are going. So in all those details, we reviewed in order to provide the safety. And maybe one thing more, what we studied, we really need to work on the partnerships. There is a lot of synergy somewhere. We all are very keen to look at our belly button and our core business, but there is a lot of synergies up within our partners where we can really, really innovate in our area and stay agile. That's what we really learned in this crisis. Don't lose that. Live ahead in a positive crisis, even if the crisis is over. That is our learning points. And of course, the occupancy will be a little less. Take the risks, make decisions. That's what because let's not hope that tomorrow, the sun gets up, but the situation is not going to be better. So just make decisions, make mistakes. Don't make 3 mistakes at the same time. That's what we also learned. And just review all the options. That is always the business. And what I want to call now at the end, I hope that we need in this region, we have a lot of opportunities. We need to have a sustainable, clear trademark for safe to travel, so that there is a real content in this trademark. And I think in the Nordics, we have a lot of possibilities then to utilize that, to be safe, to be kind of, secure and safe and be innovative. We have nature, we have great food, we have all our e-government and still all those, brand features are there. So I'm really hoping that we somehow make the cooperation and go for the safety of the travel for the future. And that will be bright. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Piret. Thank you. Is it possible to visit the engine room also in the port?
We were just actually thinking that, as the captain bridge is so, you cannot touch there a lot of things.
Yes. Do we have questions to Piret? We have. I see 2 hands.
Piret, thank you for your honest and positive presentation. You mentioned you have 15 vessels, 7 hotels, but my question is...
4 hotels.
4 hotels, okay. But 7 vessel routes. But my question is, how many servicemen you had in March 2020? How many you have now? How many you sacked or you're going to sack? Is it any other options or opportunities to keep people in duty? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Now you touched the hardest area. We had almost 8,000 employees in the corporation. We are downsizing now up to 50%. We need to downsize, we need to cut the cost. The hardest is the situation in the areas where is no crisis. Mechatronics, electronics, IT people, because we still need those. We need those great specialists, and they are open for the job market. And we need them to survive. So how to cope with all those competencies. We are having different opportunities now. Yes, we downsize, but we are also taking the obligation to gain back those people in the future when the business gets back. We are working on different options. We are also providing support, psychological support also for our people. Having even, we are just keeping them busy. Somebody tells us, make all those people to overstudy something. But if we are talking about the thousands of people, what is the area those people need to restudy, really? And maybe that is still the future. So right now we are downsizing significantly, but we will be leaner in the operations, but almost 50% will leave the organization.
Mm-hmm.
But this is in total, the land and the sea. And the priority is to keep the sea.
We had another question. Yep.
Thank you for your emotional speech, but I have only a small question. I couldn't see the picture of your 15th ship on the slides. Is it a submarine?
No, you are really having a good attention. The 15th ship is actually chartered to Canada. And the ship is working in Canada already many years, and we just prolonged the agreement there. So we kind of chartered the ship out. We are also working right now to charter our ships out. We have several negotiations internationally going on, just to survive this period of time.
There's another question? I have a middle question then in between. Where would you rather be right now, in flight business or in the ferry business?
I'm keen to both. Believe me, I'm visiting just the airport at the screen and having the flight schedule and trying to visualize how does it look in the future.
So soon the boats will fly, then it's okay for you.
We are working together in the same sector. We are working both on the connectivity.
Yeah, the question?
Hi. So my question is about Linnahall. You had big plans for that area. Are they still on or on pause, or any comments?
We have had many plans. As you know, we established the business also in Singapore and in Asia. Right now, we focus on the core business. We need to fix the core business. We need to see the new synergies in the core business, and it's put on the shelf. Just that is the honest answer, for a while.
Also, I saw that Tenet blew this up also, so it's
yeah.
blown into the pieces right now. Piret, Mürk-Dubout, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Now, to sum our day up somehow, how to avoid getting stuck in today's world. I don't know if everybody got your answers. I did. Like in the morning, we said that all the time you need to ask yourself the question, even it's good times or bad times, but during the crisis is even more important. And to sum up our keynote speakers, like points, act. We need to act. And the truth is, we don't know where to go, but believe me, nobody knows. So it means that we'll do mistakes. Are you willing to do these mistakes? Please do. Like Piret said, don't do twice the same mistake. But twice, okay, third time is bad. Twice is okay. Three times is bad. And it's okay. And be supportive to a team. Because the uncertainty is everywhere. We saw from was it in Leyer's slides that the panic and the fear is also everywhere. So we need to support our team members to be positive. And be agile. Also, Piret mentioned many times that agility is really important. What it means be flexible and all the time. That maybe in the morning you thought you do that, but be ready to change your decision at the evening. This means agile. All the time, change your plans. Try, mistakes, etc. So it's really important. And I think what is most important, we actually saw today's presentations also, that be positive, be really positive, be supportive. If Piret believes, so can you. So there are different times, different sectors, really different times, but nobody knows what happens in spring. But to be positive, I think we can influence this a lot. Thank you all. This was today. I think the 9th will be also, and the 8th is not without the 9th. In springtime, be on touch with Mainor University webpage. Hopefully in spring we can hold another one. And who wants to have a tour in the campus, let's gather, I think, past in the lobby. I will be there, and we will talk more if somebody's interested. Thank you.
And on behalf of the organizing committee, I really would like to thank you. I think it has been a really inspiring day. And as we will have the excursion very soon, I really would like to thank Margus Nõlvak, who has done a really great job and asked very good questions. And I'm sure that we will see him in the future also. We would really like to gather you in the future. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
So, and now we have 2 more minutes to gather downstairs. The post tour will be really exciting. So Margus will lead it, and I will be there also. So we plan to have it like 1 hour, maybe a little bit shorter. Depends. But thank you so much again, and see you soon.